We welcome you back to EVSC's historic Bossy Field as we get set for Game 2 of this 3-game series between the Schaumburg Boomers and the Evansville Otters. Now, the Otters pulled off the victory yesterday by a score of 8-1. It was a 7-run 7th inning that basically put things out of reach in total for Schaumburg as their woes offensively on the road continue. Meanwhile, at home, the Otters continue to take full advantage of home field and win their 13th game here. 13-3. They're now 19-11. 8 games over 500 for the first time this season. And it was also the pitching on the other side. Garrett Simpson, 6 scoreless. One of the best outings of the season, not only from Simpson, but by a Otters starter in general. And we'll see if Landon Williman, the starter for today, can replicate that here in Game 2. Let's get you over to the booth cam real quick. There we go. Hi, how we doing? My name is Evan Patoka, and you might be wondering why the getup's a little different. These are the jerseys that the Otters are going to be wearing today. It is Deaconess Colors of Hope Night. We're going to have these jerseys auctioned off, including this one, the one that is on my back, number 43. It's not player worn, but if you want one worn by me, I don't know why you would, but it is definitely an option. The guys behind me, Garrett Simpson, we already talked about. LG Castillo also had a 3-hit night, his second straight 3-hit night, as he's hitting the ball very well. But it's all about Colors of Hope, and we're going to have a Stand Up to Cancer sort of moment at the end of the 3rd inning in honor of all those that have fought against cancer and all the survivors as well. And it's a nice looking jersey. A lot of bows. The Otters logo, pretty visible. It's a nice jersey. It's a very nice jersey. This is the first of 2 straight specialty jerseys that the Otters are going to have. Tomorrow it is Flag Day, so we'll have a specialty Flag Day jersey. These jerseys will get auctioned off along with the ones tomorrow. We also have fireworks again tonight. So hopefully we get a glimpse of that after the game. But for now, it's almost time for Game 2. On the other side, Schaumburg, look at those non-specialty jerseys. Ew! Ew! No, never mind. They're wearing the black jerseys with the gray pants after wearing the orange yesterday. If we recap yesterday's game, Otters scored 1 in the 1st inning. No other scoring until the bottom of the 7th, and that's when the Otters went absolutely crazy. It started with a walk to Sam Linscott. Marcos Gonzalez reached on an error. LG Castillo brought a run in. First 6 reached, based off of 2 errors by Will Prater, as he's not in the starting lineup anymore, at least for today. John Ponder had the big swing, though. Bases clearing double to make it 6-0, and then Logan Brown put the cherry on top with a 2-run homer to complete the 7-run frame. Meanwhile, the bullpen did good. Alex Valdez did give up a run, but ended up throwing a solid inning. Joe Morrissey is getting a lot more high-leverage opportunities, and he's been doing very well with them. And Nolan Thebe just absolutely shoved in his inning, struck out the side. It was electric to end off last night's game. Well, today's starter, we already talked about Landon Williman, 5.64 ERA in 30 1/3 innings. Had one of his lesser starts of the year against Schaumburg in his last outing. On the 7th, he went 5 innings, gave up 11 hits, 6 earned runs, home run, got the loss. That was the 11-7 game. Threw 101 pitches. The 104 that Garrett Simpson threw yesterday is now the highest total of pitches thrown in a start this season. On the other side is Derek Salata. He's got a 4.05 ERA, 3-2 record, now in his 7th start of the year. 4th start on the road. He's thrown at least 5 innings in each outing this season. And he was the guy that was facing off against Williman on the 7th. He threw 5 1/3, gave up 4 earned runs, walked 4, but still ended up pulling away the victory after a pretty big offensive day for both sides. It is a very packed house here on a beautiful Saturday night. Clouds are coming in. We saw a couple sprinkles, just a couple. So hopefully the game doesn't get impacted too much from the rain. But for now, it's dry. It's a little warm, but it's dry, and we're ready to play here in game number 2. And we're the last game to start today, so we'll do a first look at the out-of-town scoreboard. Not too much in terms of scoring. New York's up on Tri-City 3-0. Ottawa's winning 2-1. Still a couple games that have yet to start, though. It is Evansville, game and a half back of the division from Washington. Washington's Kobe Foster threw a no-hitter yesterday against New Jersey, and his ERA is now at a .63. Florence right behind, 3 games back, and Lake Erie is kind of fading at 7 games back. In the West, it's Gateway leading the charge after Schaumburg's issues on the road. Windy City's 4 games back, and then Joliet and Mississippi are close behind as well. It's a pretty close division. You know what else is a close division? The East. The East is separated by less than 4 games. All 4 teams are separated by 4 games or less. New York is on top by a game and a half, but it really is anyone's division in the East. In the North, it's a little more, what's the word? Out of control, we'll call it. Quebec is leading by 6 games in first place. Ottawa behind them. Brockton's 9.5 back with Tri-City 11.5, and Port Trois-Rivières is 14.5 games back in the North Division as they're off to a pretty bad start, 8-21. They're the last team to get their 10th win of the season. Meanwhile, just Washington and Quebec have 20 victories. If the Otters win today, they'll be team at number 3 to 20 victories. Nobody else has 19, so we just got to get the win today, and we'll be in the 20-win club, 20-11. It'll be 9 games over. We'll see what happens here, but for now, we'll take you to our PA announcer, Zane Clodfelter, for the announcement of the national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, would you please rise and remove your caps as we honor America's freedom, those who are now protected, and pay tribute to those who made the ultimate sacrifice. With the playing of our national anthem, this evening being performed by the Beacon Assistant Manager of Marketing and Creative Services, Brett Houcham. Tonight's game ball is delivered to you by Papa John's. Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's. And to help me say play ball, I think they forgot.
Ready to go for game 2. Nice little national anthem on the electric guitar. I feel like those electric guitar anthems are always really cool. You know, how do you learn how to do that stuff? I played trombone in elementary school, and I don't know if I could do the national anthem on that, let alone an electric guitar. So definitely some talent coming from Evansville. Let's take a look at our umpires for today. It's Trevor Klosterman behind the plate, calling the balls and strikes with Mike Love at first. Jacob Waldrop, the crew chief, over at third for today's game. Let's take a look at the starting lineups. First for the visiting Schaumburg Boomers, it's Kellum Clark leading off, Alec Craig at short, batting second with Miles Beal in center field, batting third, Cole Turney, the DH, batting fourth. Kyle Fitzgerald at first, bats fifth, with Henry Zipay at third, batting sixth. Alec Calarco doing the catching, batting seventh, with Christian Fedko and Tony Livermore, the bottom two in the order. On the other side for the Otters, John Ponder is batting first. Sam Linscott moves into the two-hole for the first time this season. Dennis Pierce is batting third, and B-Rob, Blake Robertson's hitting cleanup today. No Logan Brown today, so we'll have B-Rob in the cleanup spot. Marcos Gonzalez bats fifth with LG Castillo batting sixth. JJ Cruz and Cohen Wilbanks, couple lefties there in the 7-8 spot, and TJ Salvaggio in his normal 9-hole. Just about to get set here, the starter Landon Williman for the Otters going today. It'll be his 7th start of the season. He's got a 5.64 ERA and 30 and a third. 27 strikeouts compared to 13 walks. Had the lead on the team in strikeouts until yesterday when Nolan Thebe struck out the side. He has 28 now, as the first pitch will miss for ball one. 6:36 first pitch for the second straight night. Called a strike. Kellum Clark in the leadoff spot today. A little bit of a change for Jamie Bennett, the manager for Schaumburg. 1-2 here to Clark. In the dirt. Now, Williman has given up 6 earned runs in his last 2 starts each. Has been struggling after starting off the season relatively hot. He threw 6 scoreless against Gateway on the 21st, 4 2/3 scoreless against Florence. Was off to a good start this season, but has wavered just a tad, as that's a little low, and it's a full count. Payoff pitch from Williman. Got him swinging. Good start for Williman. First strikeout of the day is the first batter of the game. German-American Bank strikeout. Out number 1 here in the top of the first inning. So we showed you in the pregame the jerseys that the Otters are wearing, and you can get a little bit of a better look at them here on Williman. Inside, straightens up Craig a little bit. Called a strike. Alec Craig is 1 for his last 18 in his last 5 games. That one hit was a double. He has driven in 2 runs and walked twice, but has been struggling mightily in his past 5 games. 4 of them have been on the road. That one's popped up into foul ground. Marcos Gonzalez has room, and he'll make the catch for out number 2. Well, we saw Marcos Gonzalez kind of lose one in the lights yesterday, and pretty much that exact same spot. Luckily, don't need the lights yet, so Gonzalez easily able to make that catch for out number 2. The switch hitting Miles Beal, hitting from the left side today. 2 switch hitters, Beal and Calarco, as well as 5 lefties. 2-0. Clark, Craig, Turney, Zipay, Livermore, all lefties in the lineup. 2-0 fouled away. I'll let him say it this time.
Choose the best. Never regret it.
Maybe that's the key. Let him say it so I don't have to. Never really considered that. 3-0 to Beal. Beal is also struggling. 5 for 21 his last 5 games. There's a fly ball into deep right center field, going back on it at the wall, and a running catch out in right field from Lynn Scott. Didn't look like he had a full read on it, but is able to get it there in the end. 375 on that one, just a few feet from going over. And it's a 1-2-3 first for Williman as we head to the bottom of the first inning. No score on the Otters Digital Network.
Tonight's pitcher catcher battery for the existing Schaumburg Boomers. Derek Salata is on the mound. Alex Calarco behind the plate. Pitcher catcher battery is powered by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East. 2319 North Freedom Road, 812-475-9000. Until then, same for the Otters, same you.
First innings brought to you by the Mesker Park Zoo and Botanical Gardens. Visit the Mesker Park Zoo at 1545 Mesker Park Drive in Evansville, Indiana. Started for today for the Boomers is Derek Salata. 7th start of the year, he's at a 4.05 ERA. 3-2 record in 33 1/3 innings. Well, this is a team that doesn't walk too many guys on the pitching side in terms of rankings. They are 17th out of 18 teams in walks, but Salata leads the team in walks on the pitching staff with 13. Here's the defense for Schaumburg. Left to right, Clark, Beal, Fedko. Third to first, Zippe, Craig, Livermore, Fitzgerald, and Calarco doing the catching. First, Salata. First pitch a little high for ball 1 to John Ponder. Well, John Ponder, 1 for 4. That one hit, though, drove in 3 runs and put things out of reach for Schaumburg. Double into the left center field gap. Ended up scoring Castillo, Robertson, and Salvaggio to make it 6-0, and ended up finishing 8-1 after bullpen gave up a run, but we're still relatively dominant. That run was a RBI ground out. Inside, called strike 1. See if the walks become an issue here. It was already a 3-0 count. And now it's 3-2. That one's fouled away.
Overhead foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best. Never regret it.
Three-two is high and in for ball 4.
Sidewalk, cafe and bar.
So extending that team lead to 14 walks is Salata on the first batter he sees today. Man on first for Sam Linscott. 2 of the fastest guys on the team batting in the 1-2 spot. Linscott's hitting the ball well. He's at a 333 average. 17 for 51. He shows bunt, pulls it back. It's called high for ball 1. He did go 0 for 2 yesterday. ended his 9-game hitting streak. There were a lot of hitting streaks that ended yesterday, including Ponders. The Ponders 13-gamer was ended on Friday. Or sorry, Thursday. Runner goes. That's hit into right field. Going back and making the grab is Fedco for out number 1, as heading back to first is Ponder. Well, this is the second time Lynn Scott has batted second. This is the second time that Blake Robertson has hit cleanup. Pierce still at the 99 hit mark. Needs one for that hundo. He had a little bit of a rough game yesterday. 0 for 4 in his first game with 3 strikeouts this season. But overall in his last 5, still 5 for 18 with a homer, a double, and 7 RBIs. Inside. Sun shining now here in Evansville. Called a strike at the higher half of the zone. It's 1-1. Well, Pierce had a great game on Thursday. That 3-run homer, 3 RBIs, his season high. Another throwback, and Ponder's back there safely. Pierce hitting at a 290. Runner goes, swung on and missed, throw to second is not in time. Throw looked like it beat Ponder, but he avoided the tag, and he has his 14th stolen base of the year. As he takes second, Ponder now 14 of 19 on the season. Goes into scoring position here with 1 out. 1-2, though, to Pierce. Salata looks back to second, covered over there by Livermore. Kicks and fires. Grounder up the middle. Over to short. Craig, going to be a tough play. And it's in time. Immediately, Andy McCauley is going to come out there to argue with Mike Love over at first base. As we have more issues with the umpires. Seems to be a bit of a season-wide thing. And Andy McCauley has been tossed. Fourth time this season, McCauley's been tossed. I don't think he knew it at first, and now he knows. And he is really getting into the face of Mike Love. This is getting quite ugly. McCauley, he's been ejected now twice this week. One in Lake Erie. Otters ended up winning that game, so... Well, the Otters are so far 2 for their last 2 on wins when McCauley's been ejected. One was the 13-13 Sun Death win. The other one was on Thursday against Lake Erie, so... Team's still in good hands under Max Peterson. Well, we will have TJ Zarowitz, as usual, after the ejection, take over as the third base coach really early here. As McCauley, this is definitely by far the earliest that he has been ejected in a game. It took 5 batters. So Peterson will take over. His game to call now. TJ Zarowitz over at third. As Salata will take a couple of warm-up pitches after the long delay. Runner on third with 2 outs as Dennis Pierce grounds into the 6-3. Makes it out number 2. Immediately after the out call, Pierce and Billy Easley over at first base. Immediately went hands to the head. And McCauley was really running out there. He immediately came over to have a chat with the umpire. And He gets tossed. First pitch after the long delay is inside to Blake Robertson for ball one. 1-0 pitch from Salata. Fouled back. Well, we didn't see any motioning from McCauley. Remember last time in the 13-13 Sun Death game where he imitated Tevis Payne doing the catcher stance? We didn't get any of that. Well, we did get a lot of anger. A lot of anger. Swing and a miss for strike two. And Robertson will take his timeout. Robertson was injured for a couple games. Didn't play in the series against Lake Erie. His last 5, he's 4 for 19. He's driven in 5 runs, walked 4, but has struck out 5 times. He drove in a run yesterday. It was the only run of the game for the first 6.5 innings. He swings and misses for strike 3, and that'll do it for the first. So 1 walk, 1 strikeout, and 1 interesting call from the umpires. As we head to the second, no score on the Otters Digital Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. We have a lucky winner of a 14 News prize. If I say your name, go to the 14 News table on the outer concourse where you sign.
Second innings brought to you by J.E. Shekel Armor Protection. J.E. Shekel, founded in 1978, is the Tri-State's premier residential, commercial, industrial service and construction company. So for the second time in 3 games, Andy McCauley is gone. First pitch of the second to Cole Turney, who leads it off after a 1-2-3. Top of the first for Williman. Swing and a miss. Turney 6 for 19 in his last 5 games. Now hitting at a 296. 3 homers, 7 ribbies. Another one inside. Does have a home run in his last 5 games. A double, 3 RBIs, but also 9 strikeouts. Three of those strikeouts coming yesterday. Went 1 for 4 with 3 Ks. Called strike 2. Turney still has a hit in every game he's played in this season, all 7 of them. Grounder into right field, and he still has a hit in every game he's played in. Now 8, as he leads off the second with a single, and that's the first hit of the day for Schaumburg. Kyle Fitzgerald up with a man on first and nobody out here against Williman. Fitzgerald had a 1 for 4 day yesterday as well. There's 2 strikeouts instead of 3. Has a strikeout in his last 5 games. Throwback is not in time. Turney has not attempted a stolen base this season. First pitch now from Williman. Grounder down the third base line, foul, and it's 0-1. Fitzgerald has a hit in his last 4, including a hit in every game of the Gateway Series. He was one of the bright spots on the offensive side in that series, as they hit 154 on the offensive side at Arsenal BG Ballpark. Called strike 2. Boomers need 5 runs, and their statistics dramatically increase in the win column. 14-2 when they score 5 or more. 4-13 when they don't. That trend keeps reigning true, as they scored 1 yesterday after some great pitching. Garrett Simpson couldn't say enough nice things about how he pitched yesterday. One, 2. Fouled away. Foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it.
Choose the best, never regret it.
Well, for Evansville, still sitting at 13-3 at home. Figured out their only losses at home this season have been on Wednesdays. Still have not gotten a win on a Wednesday. Luckily, it's Saturday, so we should be fine. Grounder to short, Salvaggio to Jones to first, and it's a double play.
There's all double play. We're saying congratulations to sections A and B.
6-4-3 DP. Otters' 71st double play of the year, 11th in the league. On the other side, Schaumburg is actually dead last in the Frontier League in double plays. He got 49 of them. But easy way to get 2 outs there. Henry Zippe is up now with nobody on and 2 outs. First pitch a little inside for ball 1. Zippe, one of the more recent signings for Schaumburg. Hasn't even been on the team a week. Signed all the way back on June the 7th. Played 1 game against the Otters in that series at Wintrust Field. He went 2 for 3. First professional hit came against Evansville. Now sitting at a 2 for 12, though, because he went 0 for 9 in Gateway. 2-1 here against Williman. Gave up the single to Turney, but cool little 6-4-3. Another foul ball. Pretty much to the same spot. It's 2-2.
Foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it.
Williman looking to go first 2 scoreless here. Another one inside. Makes it a full count with 2 outs. That is ball 4. Another one just inside. First walk of the day issued by Williman as Zippe takes his base. Now the Otters in their last 15 innings of pitching have only given up that 1 run as they shut down Lake Erie at the end of Game 3 of that series. Gave up the 1 run yesterday and a scoreless first today. See if the trend can keep on coming here against Calarco. 4 for 15 in his last 5 games. 2 RBIs with 4 walks compared to 4 strikeouts. Just inside. Fastball at 91 makes it 1-1. Clarko yesterday went 1 for 4 with 2 strikeouts. Now the Otters had 10 strikeouts yesterday. Swing and a miss. Think we're starting to get some rain here. It's high, and it's 2-2. So we'll see what happens if they get the tarp out. It might just be a little bit of an isolated storm, but there is rain falling. 2-2 grounder. Cruz will throw to first. And that's out number 3. So a scoreless second inning for Williman. We head to the bottom half. No score on the Otters digital network.
It's time to see who gets to upgrade to the Ashley Furniture Home Store Best Seats in the House. Our lucky winner gets to spend the rest of the game in the best seats in the house. So I say congratulations to Elizabeth Roberts. Elizabeth Roberts, you're the lucky winner of the Ashley Furniture Home Store Best Seats in the House. So Elizabeth Roberts, come on down and enjoy the view of the Ashley Furniture Home Store Best Seats in the House for the remainder of the game. The best seats in the house also means you have the best view of the Heritage Video Award and Honor Vision.
Bottom of the second inning. Couple of scoreless frames for Landon Williman. Gave up a single walk to man, but no damage done in the run column. Now to the bottom of the second here for Salata. He gave up a walk to start the bottom of the first, but didn't end up bringing him around to scores. He got the next 3 guys out. Lynn Scott flew out to right. Dennis Pierce grounded out to short, and Blake Robertson struck out swinging. See how long the rain goes for here. It seems to be a little bit of a sprinkle, but I think we're ready to get the tarp on if it gets a little heavier. For now, though, we're playing the bottom of the second inning. It'll be Marcos Gonzalez, LG Castillo, and JJ Cruz, the top 3. In the bottom of the second inning, Marcos Gonzalez sitting at 399 hits. Talked about earlier, they had a decent amount of milestones for the guys trying to hit. 400's a big number, man. Not many people can say they have 400 professional hits. Sometimes not even people who've made it to the MLB can say that. Just needs 1-0. Leaping catch at third by Zippe, and that's out number 1. Oh, we saw Salvaggio make a play like that. Zippe didn't jump as high. So I feel as though Salvaggio's was better, but Zippe still good reaction time over at third. That'll bring up LG. LG's coming off back-to-back 3-hit days. 3 for 5 with 2 RBIs in the last game against Lake Erie. Yesterday he went 3 for 4, and now he's got another base hit. LG is on fire this week. Make that 7 hits in his last 3 games.
Batting 7, the second baseman, number 17, JJ Cruz.
JJ Cruz will stand in. He got his 100th hit in Lake Erie. It was one of the milestones that was crossed. Went 1 for 4 in his last game on Wednesday against the Crushers. Played in game 1 of the series, too. He had his second 3-hit day of the season. 3 for 5, 2 ribbies. That's up the middle and past the dive of Craig into center field. Back-to-back singles for LG and JJ. Three of the last 4 guys in the lineup for the Otters have acronym names. LG, JJ, and then Cohen Wilbanks. He's there. And then TJ. Maybe Cohen needs a name that's C-Dub. Call him C-Dub. CW. CW Wilbanks. Everybody needs a name like that. First pitch called a strike. Wilbanks. Good opportunity here to get his first ribby of the season. So far, he's 2 for 23. 11th game of the year. Round ball over to second base. Toss to short. No. Throw to first is in time. Livermore saw he didn't have a play at second base. Managed to throw it over to first in time. Both runners will advance to second and third.
The shortstop, number 19, TJ Salvaggio.
TJ Salvaggio is up with runners in scoring position. This never ends well for the opposing team. See what he can do here in his first AB of the day. High chopper back to Salata. Throw on a first is in time for out number 3. Well, 2 singles. Neither of them come across a score as we're quickly through 2 innings. Heading to the third, no score on the Otters digital network.
Let's hear it for him, everybody. Diva is Evansville's premier locally owned indoor baseball and softball training facility. Experience top-notch medicated automated pitching machines for baseball, fast pitch, and slow pitch softball. Personalized lessons for dedicated, whether it's up for your own birthday parties or a pro shop. Filled with everything you need, powered by Rawlings. They're located on O'Hara Drive near the airport. Visit Diva 7 days a week for all your baseball and softball needs. Fans, a reminder that the specialty jerseys being worn by the Otters are currently up for auction online. 3 dash. The auction closes at 8:30. So be sure to get your bids before time runs out. For more information on how to bid, see one of our staff members wearing the jersey or visit Evansville Otters Facebook page.
Top of the third inning. Third inning brought to you by Precision Pest and Wildlife. Every great team brings precision to the field. We bring it to your home and business. Call 812-993-3341 or visit precisionpestwildlife.com. Let's elevate the standard together. First pitch to Fedco's popped up foul. The camera makes it look like it is pouring rain. It's not too bad. Never mind. I have just lied to you, and they're getting the tarp out right now. It's really coming down. According to the weather app, it does say it's going to end in like 6 minutes, 5 or 6 minutes. So hopefully it won't be too long of a delay. The camera makes it look like it is really coming down. My goodness. It is not that bad. It is not that bad. Trust me on this one. I'm here. We're live. We're here. Big shout out to everybody doing the tarp. They all work extremely hard around here. Kind of feel bad because I'm supposed to be doing tarp, but I kind of have to be up here. But everybody there, all of them. How many are there? 10 of them? 11? All of them. They work extremely hard around here, Bossy Field, to make sure everything is in tip-top shape. So if you're at the stadium, make sure to say hi to everybody in the, whether it be the gray polos, the blue ones, the red ones. They deserve some love because they work tirelessly to make sure that all these games go well and that everything is good here at Bossy Field. But we will be in a weather delay as we are one pitch into the top of the third. They threw one pitch and decided, nah, I think I think we're good. I think it's time to get the tarp out. So, well, we'll take a quick break, and we will be back. Hopefully, when it stops raining, whether or not that will be soon, couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you. Weather app. Let me check the weather app actually. Since we're kind of in a conversation state right now because there's no game going on. The weather app says it's 81 degrees and rain is expected to stop in 3 minutes. 3 minutes. So we'll hopefully that's right and we get to see some baseball here in a few, but for now, we'll take a break and we will let you know here if we're still playing soon or not. Stay tuned.
Concession stands, they are still open. Ready to serve you. Jonathan Teamster with Dee. He is standing by as well with all the latest merchandise and apparel. Several different activations here at the ballpark this evening, so take advantage of the opportunities here, the promotions. And when we have an update on our game status, we will be sure to pass it along here with the Public system. Thanks for being with us here on this Saturday night at EVSC's historic Bossy Field.
Press mute on 1 and 2 muted. What? Well, we're back here at EVSC's historic Bossy Field. Well, now it kind of looks like the rain is really coming down, and that's because it is. It is really coming down now. But we do have something special today here. As we hit the booth cam real quick? Hey, welcome into the booth, everybody. My name's Evan Patoka, and I'm here with Justin. Justin, you're with CASA, the court-appointed special advocates.
Hey, you know us.
Yeah. So what is it that you guys do?
Yeah, so we are the voice in the court for children. So right now in Vanderbilt County, we have just over 1,000 kids in the child welfare system right now. And they need to be represented. So parents have representation. You know, they have attorneys. DCS has representation. They have attorneys. Kids have nobody. And that's what we do. We represent the kids. We advocate for the kids. We go hang out with them. We go see what they need. We go back to the court, talk to them about what they need. So we're always looking for volunteer. We're a volunteer organization. We're a nonprofit run by volunteers. We have a few staff members like me and some other people out on staff, but we're all volunteers. And so we need volunteers. So like I said, there's 1,000 kids in the welfare system right now. If you know Bossy Field, that's about 20% of Bossy Field right now for kids in the system. We are able to represent about 200 of them. So there's still 700 kids that are not able to be represented and advocated for. And so we're looking for those volunteers. We need people who want to have a passion for kids and want to help out with them. A lot of people are like, well, I don't have the time for that. We only need 8 to 10 hours a month. That's not a lot when it comes to volunteering. So that 8 to 10 hours, what that looks like is you hang out with the kids. And a lot of people are intimidated. Like, I don't know how to hang out with a kid. All you got to do is find out what they're passionate about. All of the paid staff, we all have our own cases. And last week, I was hanging out with my kids playing Switch and playing some Mario. And that's all you're really doing. You're hanging out, seeing how they're doing. So my kids right now are in placement, and I'm just seeing how they're doing, seeing if they're growing, if they're thriving, if they need services. So one of my kids does need a therapist. So when I go back to court, which is what all of our volunteers will do, I go and I say, Judge, everyone's doing great right now, but my one kid, he needs a therapist. And the judge will say, perfect, we'll go ahead and get that kid a therapist so that they can get that service.
Cool.
So that's all we need.
So where would you go to sign up for this sort of
Yeah,
volunteer work?
absolutely. So we're always in the community. So if you're ever at any events, 9 times out of 10, Casa will be there. You can sign up there. You can sign up on the website, vandcasa.com, VANDCASA.com. You go there, you can sign up. If you have a passion for this and you're like, I don't have the time to do this, we're always looking for donations. Like I said, we're a nonprofit organization. $20 goes a long way for us. So if you want to help out, but you don't have the time right now, you can go to the website, vancasa.com, and you can donate there as well.
So, in terms of specifically what the volunteers are going to be
Yeah.
doing, is that sort of the kids' choice of what they want to do mostly?
Yeah, it's going to be the choice of the kids. And so, honestly, let's say the kid wants to go out and get ice cream. You can go out and hang out with the kid. Take him to go get ice cream. Take him to a ball game. Like tonight, we have a lot of Casa kids here tonight that are hanging out with their volunteers watching a baseball game. I mean, there's nothing funner than going out and watching a baseball game with some kids. So that's all we're doing too. And if you have more questions on Wednesday, we do have a service coming up. It's at Casa. So if you know where Casa's at, it's 6th and Mulberry. We have a service at noon and at 5 o'clock. And what you do is you just come on in. We have an informational session. We're going to talk about what it means to be at Casa, what it means to volunteer. If you have questions, if you're like, hey, this sounds amazing right now, I want to do this, but I need some more details. Come then, noon and 5 on Wednesday, and come hang out with us and ask some questions.
Cool. So, what specifically is your role in all of this?
Yeah, I'm a volunteer coordinator. And so what that means is I represent the volunteers. I have a team of about 30 volunteers right now, and I make sure everything behind the scenes is good for them. So I make sure all the court reports are ready. I make sure all the documents for them are ready, all releases of information. I have some volunteers who are like, hey, Justin, I need to go visit my kid right now, but I'm worried about going into their house. That's not a safe situation for me. I'll go with them. Or, I just had a volunteer. They got a grant to go study in Germany, which is amazing, but they're going to be gone for a month. And they're like, hey, can you go check in my kid? Yeah, I'll go check on your kid for you. So we are there to support our volunteers, and we're there to make sure that they have everything they need to succeed and make sure the case is everything they have.
Cool. So it definitely sounds like you guys are doing a good thing overall, but
Yeah.
definitely in need of more volunteers.
100%. 100%.
So, what was it again to sign up?
Yeah, so go to VANCASA, VANDCASA.com. Or if you want more information on Wednesday at noon and 5 o'clock, 5 p.m., visit us on 6th and Mulberry, and we'll have some in-services with questions on there.
Cool. One final question,
Yeah.
a little bit of an unserious one.
Oh, no, I'm
Because
here
you were talking about Mario Kart, Nintendo Switch stuff.
Yeah.
How do you kind of go at do you let them win? Do you kind of go a little hard on them?
I go hard on. So my kids, I go hard. They know that if they're going to win, they're going to earn the win. Now, I might throw a win every once in a while, but I will make them fight for it. I'll go all the way to the last part of the lap,
Yeah.
and then I'll let them win. But most of the time, they got to work for that.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it builds a little bit of character,
It builds
right?
character, exactly. You can't have them win all the time.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Justin, thank you for joining us.
No problem. Thank you so much.
Make sure it's Casa,
Casa,
Florida's appointed special advocates.
That's right. That's right.
So make sure, everybody, if you're interested, make sure to sign up. And we will take a quick break here on the Otters Digital Network. We'll be right back, still in a rain delay here from Bossy Field.
Stand by for updates. Weather delay here at the ballpark. Glad you're with us on this Saturday.
Back here at EVSC's historic Bossy Field, ready for more rain, apparently, as we're currently in a rain delay here. Top of the third, no score. Bit of a recap of the game. It started with a 1-2-3 inning for Landon Williman. Then on the other side, Derek Salata, the starter for the other side. In Schaumburg, walked a man in Ponder. He stole second base, but Salata was able to get the next 3 out to end the first. 2 on for Schaumburg in the second inning as Cole Turney hit a single and Henry Zepe walked, but it was a double play grounded into by Kyle Fitzgerald, a 6-4-3 that got the first 2 outs, and then Calarco grounded out to end the top of the second. Then in the bottom of the second, we saw back-to-back singles from LG Castillo and JJ Cruz, but the Otters were not able to get a run across, and we were 1 pitch into the third before we had to pause things here. Rain is definitely coming down. That's for sure. That's for sure. Let's take a look. Out-of-town scoreboard. I know we did it in the pregame, but we really don't have anything else to do at the moment. So, Windy City's beaten Lake Erie 5-1. New Jersey is down 3 against Washington. They do have hits, though, which is better than yesterday. 3-1 Mississippi against Joliet. Down east, Sussex just started. Brockton's beating Quebec. Quebec is losing. Alert the authorities. New York is up on Tri-City 5-1. Ottawa is beating Trois-Rivières 3-1 in the 8th. So it is a rain delay. We're delaying because of the rain. What else are we supposed to do in the rain delay? Not too sure. We're kind of winging things here. The umpires are back onto the field, but both sides are in their respective locker rooms. We haven't seen a single human come out as the tarp is on. It's a rainy one here. I thought it was supposed to end in about 3 minutes, but I feel as though the weather app lied to me. It says 32 minutes now. Why did the weather app lie to me? This is, oh man. I might switch my weather app. They said it was 3 minutes left. There are a couple boomers in the dugout right there. I have been lied to. Either way, we will take a quick break, and we'll find something to do when we come back on the Otters Digital Network. Back here at Bossy Field, and we have found something to do. I mean, a person we have found that is willing to talk on a mic because he's done it before. As we hit the booth cam. Ready to go here for El Booth Cam. See if we can. There we go. Hey, we have brought PA announcer Zane Claude Felter out of the PA area and into the booth. Hi, how's it going?
It's going. Nothing like some rain delay theater, right?
Oh,
That's
yeah.
what we would call this, rain delay theater.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And this shower popped out of nowhere, by the way.
Yeah. It was sprinkling a little earlier during pregame, and all of a sudden it's really coming down. It has shallowed up a little bit, so looking to still play at some point soon. But it's it was a weird storm.
It was. I mean, this is my 16th year at the ballpark, and so certainly not my first weather delay. And hoping that it's not one of the longer weather delays you've already referenced. It looks like the rain is starting to settle down, and that's the problem with the Midwest this time of year, right?
Yeah.
There's pop-up showers. You think you're in the clear, and then 5 minutes later, it's starting to rain. But you're a couple months in as the broadcaster here of the Otters. How's Southern Indiana treating you so far?
It's been a culture shock for sure.
Culture shock?
For people that don't know, I'm from San Diego, and so we don't get weather like this. We don't have humidity. We don't have thunderstorms. I've seen more thunderstorms in the 2 months I've been here than in my entire life.
I mean, San Diego does have some of the best weather in the country.
Exactly. I feel I am spoiled. I will admit I'm spoiled. But, I like the thunderstorms. It's been good. But it's mostly been the tarping. That's been a bit of an issue. So luckily I didn't have to do it today.
You didn't have to do it today.
Okay, I have a question though for you. So you've been here this is your 16th year. What is the longest weather delay you've been in where they still played afterwards?
It's ironic you asked that. I don't know if this is by far the longest game, but it felt like the longest game. Back in 2015, we celebrated the ballpark's centennial anniversary, 100 years of Bossy Field.
Yeah.
And there was planning, there was coordination. So much was going into that game because it was going to be 100 years to the day of Bossy Field's original opening day back in 1915. And literally right before gates opened, a shower kind of like this popped up out of nowhere, and then suddenly the tarp went on the field, and we had a multi-hour delay. We still went through. We had several dignitaries. So Jim Leland, who managed obviously the Pittsburgh Pirates, the Florida Marlins, and the Detroit Tigers. He was a former Triplets manager. He was here that evening as a part of the celebration. Andy Bennis, who was an Evansville native and the #1 draft pick by the San Diego Padres, by the way.
I was going to say, I recognize that name.
He was here for that. So many other dignitaries were on hand. So with the tarp on the field, we did all the pregame stuff, introduced them, packed crowd, did the introductions for the Otters, and they replicated a photo out in center field. If you go to the Otters front office, you see the original Evansville Evas team from 1915 in that original opening day.
Yeah.
The Otters in 2015, they recreated that photo so you could have two photos, a difference of 100 years, and the rain delay lasted so long that the spectacular fireworks show that we were planning to shoot off after the game, we shot them off pregame.
Oh, wow. Well, we have fireworks today, so hopefully we were still able to set those off.
Well, hopefully it doesn't get to a situation where they're going to be in between game fireworks, because that means, based on past history, it's going to be a really late night at the ballpark in terms of gameplay.
For sure. The 111th year of Bossy Field's coming up, right?
Yeah, no, the anniversary's coming up in a couple of days, right?
Yeah.
So instead of being 110 years old, it's going to be 111, and it's amazing the improvements they have made here at the ballpark. The new roof. In 2020, obviously, the pandemic happened, and that canceled the Otters Frontier League Championship season, but they replaced the roof. As public address announcer here, my favorite improvement was the public address system that they replaced. They added new ceiling fans. They added and reinforced the backstop brick behind home plate, part of that section was actually caving in, and so they took all of that old crumbling brick out, replaced it with new brick, and they've done a really good job, I'd say, in the last 7 to 8 years of really investing in the ballpark. And this camera angle clearly showing that it's starting to pick up again with the rain.
Yeah, it's a really off and on. We do have some people dancing in the rain.
Yeah, but
So still people having some fun to Cotton Eye Joe.
their poor parents, though, they're gonna have to dry those clothes.
Oh yeah, it's like when you're done from coming from the beach and you got to get all the sand off so the sand doesn't get in the car. And either way, like however long you clean off, so there's always going to be sand in the car. It's just bound to happen. It's kind of like this where we we don't have to deal with that at least. We just have to make sure the tarp is on the field. That's for the parents to figure out.
It is for the parents to figure out. Speaking of which, last time I was in this booth, it's taken me back. I think it was 2021, maybe 22. Do you know who the Bob and Tom Show is?
I don't.
Okay, so it started back in the early 80s, actually in Michigan, and then in 1983, Bob Cavoyne and Tom Griswold came to Indianapolis and were doing just a morning show on a classic rock station. Well, they become so popular, it's now nationally syndicated, and you can listen to Bob and Tom country coast to coast.
Yeah.
Well, they came to Bosse Field in 2021. They're one of my favorite radio programs. One, because they're based in Indiana, but now a national show. Came here. They sang "Take Me Out to the Ball Game with Me."
Mhm.
They did all the different things, but then they also wanted, and we wanted to interview them on radio where our radio broadcaster had just left.
Yeah.
And so it was basically a by committee. And so they asked, hey, in the 7th inning, do you want to interview the people from Bob and Tom and someone can fill in for you in the public address chair? And I said, absolutely, I'll do that. So Chick McGee and Josh Arnold, they were here outside of winning the Frontier League Championship in 2016 and getting a ring. Bob and Tom night here at the ballpark was one of my favorites, and Preston Leinenbach, who just walked in, can vouch for it because he helped organize
Yeah.
the whole itinerary for them when they showed up at the ballpark.
Shout out to Preston. Well, talk a little bit about that 2016 team. They were I was in 7th grade when they
So
won
you're
that
making
championship.
me feel old now, Evan.
Well, hey, you were already talking about this whole show that I had never heard of, and so I decided to keep it on the topic a little bit. The 2016 team, well, what kind of they didn't have these uniforms or anything of the sort. They were entirely like a different team brand-wise.
Yeah, no, and a good reminder of our old brand is the championship ring that I have, because it has the old cap insignia E on it as opposed to, I call it the curly E
Yeah,
now. And
got a lot of those here.
no, the colors pre-pandemic, and that's when the rebrand happened, coming out of 2020 into 2021. It's when the color scheme changed, and instead of being that dark navy blue and that really dark maroon, I would say,
Yeah,
the Otters went for the brighter colors, the blue, the light blue, now incorporating even some red
Yeah.
into the Otters identity brand. And yeah, different look jerseys, and there's a lot of similarities early on this season. I know a lot has been said about the years ending in 6, right? And so in 2006, that was pre my time here, Otters winning their first Frontier League championship, and then in 2016, they did it again with a dramatic Game 5 of the Frontier League Championship Series in 2016. That was on a Monday night here in Evansville, Game 5, winner take all, and it was if you are a fan of a pitcher's duel, you were on cloud 9 because it was a 1-0 final.
Oh wow.
Hunter Ackerman got the start, went 6 or 7 innings, and then Evansville manufactured 1 run late in that game, and the bullpen made it stick. And so when the Otters got that final out, I remember the eruption of the crowd, the players spilling out onto the field, the on-field ceremonies. And I can tell you to a man, that's probably the latest I have ever stayed at the ballpark, because once everybody left, as an organization, we had to celebrate and party as a team, right? So I'm hoping for all those, employees and those on the staff who weren't around in 2016, that whether it be this year or in years down the road, that the Otters can capture that championship magic again. and we can have another post-game celebration like no other.
Well, they're off to a good start this season, and I'm telling you now, if we win a championship, I will not sleep that night. It's not happening.
Yeah,
There's no way.
if you sleep, you'll be falling asleep in the wee morning hours when the birds are already chirping. I'll
yeah.
tell you that much.
Yeah, that's definitely for sure.
And I've been fortunate, there's been a handful of celebrations at this ballpark whether the Otters clinched the division or clinched a postseason series victory, because there were multiple celebrations in 2016. You celebrate when you clinch the playoff spot. They celebrated when they beat Joliet in the first round of the playoffs that year in the divisional round, and then obviously the celebration after beating the River City Rascals, RIP to them.
Yeah.
Their ballpark was interesting because it was called Carshield Field, and it still exists in O'Fallon. I think it's a collegiate wooden bat league now. But
yeah, the O'Fallon Hoots.
Is that what they're called?
In the Prospect League,
Okay.
yeah. The O'Fallon Hoots. It's a pretty cool name. You not name the Owls, you name them the Hoots. I kind of like it. There's a lot of good collegiate summer league team names, though. They're everywhere.
Well, about 45 minutes to an hour from here, and in that same league, it's the DuBois County Bombers.
Yeah.
And I had to pause because DuBois County used to have, pre-me here at the Otters, but in the 90s back in the Frontier League, they had the DuBois County Dragons.
Oh,
and so there were
okay.
actually two Frontier League teams within an hour of each other.
Yeah.
Now, Southern Illinois came in after the Dragons went away, and that's probably a 2-hour trip. So not as close as the Dragons and Otters were, but for when the Miners were around, that was a nice little regional rivalry where both fan bases could make a short trip over and cheer their team out on the road.
They're kind of doing that with Gateway, though. It's a little bit of a longer trek, but Gateway is probably the closest team here. Maybe Florence.
I wouldn't say Florence because anytime I have been to Florence, it's to get to Cincinnati, and there's always a disastrous traffic jam.
Really?
Where the interstate, 71 and 75, I think they merge together right just south of Florence, and it creates such a quagmire.
Yeah, we didn't have a problem when we went, but I think, what was that first series in Florence? We went on a Friday, so it wasn't too bad. I think midweek it would probably be a lot worse. We'll be there on a Friday weekend at the end of June against the Y'alls. Are you considering going to the All-Star game this year? It's pretty close. Closer than last year, at least.
Well, here's the caveat. I am going to be actually the final 3 games we have here at home.
Before the All-Star break?
The 10th through the 12th, I am going to be on assignment elsewhere.
Oh, okay.
Which means I'll be on vacation.
Yeah.
I like to say on assignment elsewhere because I sound like a secret agent and makes my life a lot more interesting than it actually is.
Yeah, they have me on a mission.
Yeah. I'm doing an assignment, but I'll actually be in Florida. So if you're coming to the ballpark July 10th through the 12th and you do not hear me, I have not gotten fired. At least knock on wood. I'm on a planned absence, but I will be back
that weekend. We're playing Sussex County, one of the 2 home series against a team in the East Division. We play New York later on in that month.
Are they still the Boulders?
They're still the Boulders. They are. They're
they have Tyler Vale still, right? The former Otter and was the Otters strikeout leader.
I think so.
Yeah, no,
I think so. Because they used to be Rockland, right? The Rockland Boulders,
yes,
when they were in Can-Am.
Tyler Vale, he was a starter for the Otters and then has really found a second life in his professional baseball career. Already doing some bullpen work for the Otters when he was here and then has since departed. Now pitching for the Boulders, and I think Vale was on that 16 team that won the Frontier League. And then another player who is still active and rocking it was the Frontier League MVP that year for us, and that was Josh Allen.
Oh, yeah, Josh Allen's in the American Association.
Yeah, for the Kane County Club.
County Cougars.
So
I think they won the championship last year.
They did. He's actually snagged a couple of rings because not only does he have his ring with us, but he went to St. Paul before St. Paul and the whole MILB reorganization.
Yeah, before they were AAA.
Yeah, he was at St. Paul, and then they turn into the AAA club and join affiliated baseball. And so he's kind of bounced around a couple places since then. But he's been just a hell of a player.
Yeah.
And there's been a couple of seasons in the last couple of years where when the Otters made the 2023 Frontier League postseason, he was a free agent at that time. And so the Otters were able to add him based on technicalities with injuries and things like that.
Yeah.
And that was another championship series for the Otters in 2023 that went the 5 innings. But that's going to be the what-if series,
Yeah.
I think, because the first 2 games were in Quebec. And the Otters had leads in the 9th inning
In both games.
in both of those games. And so they actually had coordinated at a nearby establishment here in Jacobsville, the Jacobsville neighborhood watch parties. And so game 1, a lot of the Otter staff showed up at this local establishment. They had the game 1 of the championship series on the screen, and the walk-off happened. You thought, okay, well, game 2, it's not going to happen again. And wow, it
Lo and
did.
behold.
You credit that team. So many times in professional sports, you see a team that falls behind 2-0 or 3-0, and they're 1 loss away from being eliminated, and they just lose that next game.
Yeah.
The Otters battled back in 3 and 4. 4, they capitalized on a mistake by Quebec that night, and then game 5, I think they somewhat ran out of pitching, the pitching depth. They had utilized all their pitching depth to get to that point of a game number 5, and then kind of ran out of gas down the stretch.
Well, talking about that sort of like 2-0 down and then comeback, the Thunderbolts just did that in the hockey realm. They were down 2 against Peoria, ended up coming back to win that series in their 2nd straight championship. So shows like the fight of a team. Not their backs are against the wall, and they don't just kind of sit down and die. They keep fighting.
Well, the Otters in 2006, if I'm not mistaken, again, before my time, if Bill Bussing, our owner, is listening, he's probably hoping I say it correctly, but I'm pretty sure that in 2006, the Otters were behind 2-0 in that best of 5, then won 3 in a row, and then won the next 3 in the championship series and won 6 straight in the postseason to win the title.
Yeah.
So that was back when that
was all the way back.
The Chillicothe Paints in Ohio, they were still in the Frontier League, and they were a really good team. And it's still raining.
Yeah, it was getting a little lax for a couple seconds, and then it just went right back to it. I wonder how long we're gonna wait here before they're gonna make a decision.
Well, there is a problem point, and I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. I'm starting to see a lot of standing water in foul territory on the warning track. And now, granted, there are drains on each side. And so once it stops raining, I think the drains would really kick in, and you would start to see a lot of that water go away. But you need the rain to stop before we get to that point.
Yeah, it's a lot of rain coming down. Didn't expect it to be this much. We had 3 doubleheaders in a week back in mid-May. We had that doubleheader on Florence in Florence, sorry, with the suspended game in the 6th, and then we had a doubleheader against Gateway, doubleheader against Windy City.
Can I ask you though? Doesn't Florence have field turf?
Yes,
So
they do. That is a Florence decision, not mine. Listen. Well, the thing is, during that game though, like the wind was blowing so much, and then like napkins started flying from the ceiling or it's from the roof onto the field, and I think it was 3-3 in the 6th. They were like, "Oh, it's gonna be sunny tomorrow. We might as well just call it, and we'll for sure get the game finished the next day." But yeah, it is kind of weird. The turf game got suspended.
yeah, because eventually the rain's going to stop.
Yeah.
And if you're already to a certain point in the game, just get it over with. That way the following day you might have a short turnaround and a late night, early morning, but at least you only have to worry about 9 innings as opposed to trying to get 12, 13, or 14 wrapped up.
Yeah, for sure. And we've had a lot of 14-inning days so far this season. It's definitely a grind, that's for sure. And especially, PA, you gotta do all those reads twice.
Yeah, I got to do those reads, and you know, the public address job, I think there's still a lot of people at this ballpark that thinks my PA job here is my full-time job. And my full-time job, I'm a editor-in-chief of a couple of newspapers out about an hour east of Evansville. And so the grind is real in the summertime, right? Doing my
Yeah.
full-time job and making sure I'm at the ballpark for Evansville Otter games. And let me tell you, the rainouts and the suspended games that are made up as double headers aren't easy on the calendar.
Oh, for sure.
They are
Yeah.
not easy.
Especially, I mean, I'm doing this full time, but I couldn't imagine doing another job here. Like, you're only here for, home games, right? But
Thank goodness.
yeah, yeah. I mean, travel. The thing is, traveling with a team is like, it's really fun. I really enjoy it, but it does get to a point where it's like the long bus rides. And like we on Friday, after Lake Erie, we got back here at 4:45 in the morning after like a 7-hour bus ride, and that was like the shortest game of the season. And we're gonna do it again next week when we go to Lake Erie for 3. Thursday 6:30 game again, and then we got to come back here for Friday against Mississippi. So it's times like those where you're just like, oh my goodness, can we just get a move on? Can we get back? And but
See-
overall, traveling, being able to kind of go to all these stadiums like Wintrust where Schaumburg plays, or Thomas More, Arsenal BG, Forefront Field, like all those places are. It is really fun traveling around.
And back before they left the league, I think the dreaded road trip was Traverse City,
Really.
which northern Michigan. So if you're the Otters, you have to drive all 6 hours really in the state of Indiana, go through Indianapolis, probably go through Fort Wayne, and then you would then have to drive an additional 6 or 7 hours just to get to Traverse City, Michigan,
Yeah.
which I heard when you got there was beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. I never heard someone complain about the weather in Traverse City. The problem is getting to Traverse City. And now I'm sure the Canadian teams, that's probably the longest trip. And you hear the cheering of fans because the grounds crew is coming out. I do want to say a couple of caveats.
Yeah.
The grounds crew is probably coming out, and they're going to dump all of the water on top of the tarp, and they're going to
into left field.
into left field. And so whether or not and when we'll be able to resume this game will depend on how much water left field can actually take from the rain atop the tarp.
Yeah, it might be a bit of a slip and slide for Alec Craig and TJ Salvaggio, and the left fielders Kellum Clark and LG Castillo. They're going to have to be a little extra careful if we continue this game, but it is a good sign that the tarp's coming off. Still a little worried, though, about as you mentioned, the standing water on the warning track that is kind of building up a little bit.
Has it stopped raining?
It looks like it has. It definitely is a lot better than it was earlier.
According to our monitors, it's not raining. So now the
center field camera is really where you see if it's raining or not, and there's nothing there. So I think we're good on the rain for now, but yeah, the field condition is definitely the main issue here. They're cheering for him. There they go. They're off.
I have seen so many tarp-related injuries in my time here at the Otters.
You just don't want to get stuck under, especially when you're taking it off.
And you see how heavy the tarp is with all the rain because
Keep pushing.
Well,
Keep pushing.
They need to pull. They need to pull,
Oh,
right?
yeah, keep pulling. Push and pull. Getting the crowd involved, I think, is helping them a little bit.
That is a lot of water. Look at that.
Come on, guys.
That is a lot of water.
They might have to go for a round 2. It's going pretty slow. Solid first pull, though, especially with all the water that's built up on the tarp already. They're still going.
As they dump it, it should get better for them because there's going to be less water weight.
Yeah, I think if they don't get it this one time, the second time around, they're definitely getting it. That's going to be light for them.
Doing the tarp as the cha-cha slide is playing.
They're making good progress. They might get it in 1. Oh, and they stopped. So close.
We
So
can ask
close.
Matthew Will if there's an update.
We could, yeah, we'll do it live. Matt, are we playing? Are we? We don't know.
We tried to ask him live, and Matt gave us the, "You'll know when I do." He apologizes, everyone.
Hey, you know what? Sometimes you don't know. They're still going.
Yeah, you see all that water?
Oh wow.
Yeah, look at that.
Can we get a zoom on that, please? That big puddle. Right. Oh, little down.
Keep going.
Little down. Keep little
To the right. Yeah,
right there.
Man, look at
right
that.
there. Can we get a cam on that?
That is.
Oh yeah, that is a lot of water.
So the funny thing
There
is,
it is.
I missed a couple games earlier this year to attend the Indy 500. And that day, it was supposed to be a complete washout, and there was no rain. Here today, I don't know if the weather forecast had rain mentioned at all.
If anything, it was probably like 10 or 20% at the most.
Well, it just goes to show if there's a chance, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, see, now the fans are going to be disappointed because
They definitely see that puddle. There's no way they don't see that puddle.
And the worst part of it is this crowd, I think, is arguably the biggest crowd the Otters have had to date. I think they're expecting a massive crowd tomorrow at the ballpark as the Budweiser Clydesdales will be in attendance, and they're scheduled to take a lap around the warning track of the field in the first inning.
Well, let's hope the warning track is a little drier when they do that tomorrow. Some more cheers from the audience as they put it back into place. I think they might have gotten it on one. See if they fold it here. Yeah, I think they're gonna fold it because they gotta stretch it all. They gotta stretch it, make sure it's all tight and in place, and then they fold it.
I haven't done a tarp here in probably 10 years.
Really? Lucky you, because it is rough. It is very rough. There was one off day after the series in Florence, May 18th. Monsoon hit, downpour. It was on my birthday, and we got so wet that like I put my clothes in the dryer to dry them off. That was probably the worst tarp we've had this season. This one's definitely up there because it's during a game, so you kind of have to go quicker. But if you have to tarp if you tarp when there's no game or when there's like in the morning, like way before there's a game going, and you can kind of go slow with it and methodical, it makes it a lot easier because now everybody's working at their own at a pretty good pace. But dumping the tarp is always just such a hard task to pull off, and they got it done in one. So very big kudos to them.
Tip of the cap, and I see Lucas Thomas down there. I see Nick. I see Mary. I see Benny Garrett out there as the clubhouse manager. I also see Max Peterson talking to Joel Padfield, our vice president of sales. Of course,
yeah, actually, you know what? Let's grab some names here. Nick McLean, Mary Epler, Gavin Berry is out there. Lucas Thomas is soaked. Taylor Johnson, Alex Rashi, Drew Wigger, and Tony. What's Tony's last name? Oh, Anthony Peach. That's his last name. Grant Martin.
How is
Trevor Lakins? Those are the guys out there.
How is everyone else reasonably dry? And Lucas is over here like he just jumped out of the Ohio River.
He is so wet.
And walked down North Main to the ballpark.
He is soaking wet.
That's what I am trying to figure out. I'm a journalist. Might have to do an investigative piece. Did he slip? Did he fall?
He might have. He actually might have. There's actually a big chance that he fell.
And we're not here
He
to
is insanely soaked.
we're not here to
I feel
poke
bad
fun.
for
Yeah,
laughing, but
because we're doing the easy job up here. We're just talking
oh,
on some headsets.
oh yeah, I am so lucky to be up here right now. But I just think it's so funny that he's the only one that's just soaking wet for some reason. We're getting it off.
It always rains when Schaumburg comes to town. I'm really good friends with Tim Calderwood, Schaumburg's broadcaster, and we like to hang out and grab dinner after the game. And we always try to make plans. We always try to coordinate where we're going to go this night, where we're going to go this night. And Mother Nature never works out. I think it was 2 years ago where of the 3 games that were scheduled, only one got played. And the umpires are coming back out.
A shout out to TC though, 3-time Frontier League Broadcaster of the Year. He's just down the hall over here in the press box. I don't know what do you think he's up to right now?
I'm sure he has rain delay theater too.
Oh, for sure. He's been doing this forever. He's probably talked through plenty of rain delays.
I'm going to let you go because I think they're going to come to some
They're gonna
sort
make
of,
an announcement.
well, they're going to come to some sort of conclusion whether we're resuming and if we're resuming, what time it's going to be or the status of this game. And so I want to make sure I am in my microphone to do my job. But hey, Evan, I appreciate you having me on. Any
Yeah.
future rain delay, I will love to come back and chat with you.
For sure, for sure. This was great. This
Yeah.
is great. Thanks for coming on.
All right, thanks for having me.
Yeah. So the tarp is coming back on. Big shout out to PA announcer Zane Claude Feltzer for jumping on the broadcast for a little bit, getting us through the rain delay. For everybody who's still here, hey, how we doing? My name's Evan Patoka, and this is the first time we've had an interview on the broadcast this season, and we had. I don't know if I'd call the one with Zane an interview. It was just more of a conversation, but either way, the tarp is coming off. See, in shallow left field, all 3 umpires, Trevor Klosterman, Mike Love, Jacob Waldrop, are out there, along with Joel Padfield, our VP of Sales, Max Peterson, the acting manager. It was forever ago at this point, but Andy McCauley did get tossed in the first inning, and he is not allowed out here. So we're having a conversation. GM of the Otters, Trevor Lakins, is out there, as well as the manager of the Schaumburg Boomers, Jamie Bennett. We'll see if we play a game. Overall, we still got some pretty good content out of watching the tarp. We're still waiting on a decision, though, and they finally got it off. There's everybody right there. We'll stay on here. Peterson and Jamie Bennett sharing a laugh. Still don't have a idea of what's going on here, and I think the tarp's going to be left over at the coach's box on third base, just in case the rain comes back. We take a look at the warning track here at Bossy Field. It is it's a little rough. it's a little rough. There's a big puddle over near the Schaumburg dugout. There's a big puddle near the Otters dugout. There's a couple puddles near the bullpens. I think they're going to figure out what the field looks like before moving the tarp to the wall. Well, it's been a wild one today. 8 o'clock Central Standard Time here in Evansville. The game started an hour and 25 minutes ago, and we're still in the 3rd inning. I think it's enough time, though, as we could relook at the out-of-town scoreboard. Florence and Gateway are tied up at 1 in the 5th inning. Windy City is back to their high-scoring ways. They're up 11-1 against Lake Erie in the 6th. There's a puddle. That's a big one. That is a big one over on the third base side near Schaumburg's dugout. They're already in the workings to try and clear it out, which makes me think that there's a possibility that the game's going to be played, as we have a few draggers that are going to get the field ready. They're calling the draggers, they're squeegeeing the outfield, trying to get all the water off. It's a lot of water as Schaumburg looks on. Both sides, since the rain has stopped, are now on top of the dugout stairs trying to figure everything out. I don't understand why they would be squeegeeing the water off if they weren't going to keep playing. Now, obviously, we aren't going to go straight back into playing. We're definitely going to have a delay to get the field ready to go, but it's nice that we are playing, at least for now. 8-0. Wild Things are up on New Jersey in the 6th inning. Mississippi's beaten Joliet 7-4. Sussex and Down East 1-0 to the Miners. Quebec has come back, and they are now leading 4-3 in the 8th. As we all sigh. New York's up 5-4 on Tri-City. Ottawa is up 5-2 on Trois-Rivières. Trois-Rivières trying to avoid their 22nd loss of the season. You know what? While we're at it, NBA Finals are on right now. Game 5 between the Knicks and the Spurs. The Spurs are winning by 10 already, as they have given up 8 points only to the Knicks in a lot of time. 2:30 left in the first quarter, now 2:22, as it's 18-8. Let's take a look at the MLB scoreboard. Yeah, MLB scoreboard. Anybody see Jacob Mizorowski's performance yesterday? The dude is special. He is a special guy. Well, Dodgers beat the White Sox 7-1. Yamamoto, I heard, had a perfect game going through a few innings. He only gave up 1 hit, and it was a solo home run. Mets beat the Braves beat the Mets. The Mets' nightmare season continues. 3-1 that score. Red Sox beat the Rangers 6-3. Garrett Whitlock got himself the victory. Tarek Skubal got the loss against Joey Cantillo as the Guardians beat the Tigers 3-1. Reds beat the D-backs 2-1. Pirates just beat the Marlins 3-2. Nationals beat the Mariners 8-3. Padres finally got a win against the Orioles. They had a very big home run party. They had a lot of homers in that game. Yankees scored 2 in the 9th and ended up beating Toronto 3-1. Cardinals beat the Twins after a 5-run 7th inning. And right now, the Astros are playing the Royals. They're winning 5-4. Phillies are beating the Brewers 7-3. And then we got Rockies A's at 10:05 Eastern, so 9:05 here. 9:05 as well for the Cubs and the Giants. And 9:07 for the Rays and the Angels, because the Angels just want to be different. So we'll take a quick break here. We'll let you know if there's an update, as there is still some conversing. But we'll be right back on the Otters Digital Network.
ladies and gentlemen, I have an update. And it's a positive one. We are planning on resuming this game, field conditions permitting, at 8:40. 8:40. So here's the deal. Our grounds crew's doing
Welcome back.
stand-up job.
We have a
Once again,
update for all of you.
to our general manager Trevor. He's out there doing some of the heavy lifting. Field conditions permitting, we are shooting to aim.
So that update we have today for today's game, good one, all around positive. Based on the field conditions, we are playing. Now, it might not look that way because of the puddle next to the Otters dugout, but we are playing. The bad news, it's going to be a few minutes. It's going to be a few minutes. We are going to resume play at 8:40. So it's currently 8:07. 8:40 is when we're going to continue. That is what we have right now. So we will have a quick break if we have another person that wants to get on into the booth for an interview or just to have a conversation. We'll come back. But if not, we'll see you at 8:40 as we continue Game 2 of this series between the Boomers and the Otters. So we'll see you hopefully soon.
Great news, fans. Tonight's jersey auction has been extended until 10 p.m. So if you'd like to get your hands on one of these fancier jerseys, they are going to be extended until 10 p.m. on Saturday. gentlemen, a moment we've been waiting for. Look, the umpires are back. Players are back in the dugouts. And let's give a big round.
Welcome back. I know it's been a while. It's been a pretty long while, but we are back and the field is clear. And that means we are playing this game.
Ready for baseball.
Hopefully no more rain. There is a big puddle still near the Otters dugout.
Cheer of the night.
We'll have a new pitcher into the game for the Otters as the Otters take the field. There were a lot of chances in this rain delay where I did not think we were going to play the rest of this game. But we are. And the new pitcher, Landon Williman's start, unfortunately gets cut short. But he threw 2 scoreless with a hit, an earned run, a walk, and a strikeout. So we're here in the top of the third, no score. 2 hits for the Otters, 1 for the Boomers. And the new quote-unquote starting pitcher for today is going to be Dylan Zentko. Pitching change brought to you by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or give them a call at 812-4759-K. So Zentko will get the mound for the third. It looked like Solano was still warming, so after a long break, we might see him back out there for another inning. Well, big shout out to Justin from Casa and our PA announcer Zane Claude Felcher for joining the broadcast for a little bit. We had a pretty enjoyable time here. It was very fun. It was very fun. Glad we had something to do besides just wait around and hope that we play again for at least the majority of the rain delay. So Zentko's coming into the game with a 9 ERA. He's only pitched in 2 innings, though, 2 outings. Pitched on the third against Mississippi through a scoreless inning in his first appearance of the season. And pitched in the first game of the Schaumburg series on the road. Gave up 2 earned runs, 2 hits, 2 walks, but did strike out 3 in an inning of work against the Boomers. So it'll be Christian Fedko to face off against Zentko, as Zentko not having some issues with the mound right there. Reminder that back in the first inning, Andy McCauley was ejected, and through the entirety of the rain delay, he's just been in the locker room. He's just been chilling in there, enjoying his time in the locker room, letting the guys run, letting the rain fall, and he can be back to watching his squad here. It is 0-1 against Fedko. We saw 1 pitch in the third inning before going to the rain delay. So the field a little wetter than usual, to say the least, of course, but still playing. 8:40. This game is gonna probably go into the 10 o'clock range if it doesn't go by quite quickly. Swung on in a foul tip into the glove of Cohen Wilbanks, and it's 0-2 against Fedko. We're officially back. We're back. Didn't think we would reach this point, but we finally made it. 0-2. Official 1 hour 35-minute rain delay. One of the longer ones in the Frontier League this season. Takes Williman out of the game quite early. He was pitching well through 2 innings. A little high. 2-2. Well, Fedko, last 5 games, he's 4 for 14, has a homer, 2 ribbies, 2 walks, and 2 strikeouts. 2-2 pitch. Fly ball into shallow right field. There's Lynn Scott, and he'll make the catch for out number 1. Zenko is coming from Brazil, Indiana, a little bit in between Terre Haute and Indianapolis. Spent 2 seasons at Olney Central College before transferring to Murray State for his last 2 years. Really good tactical decision here by Max Peterson to put in a lefty to try and go some long innings, especially because of how many lefties are in the lineup for Schaumburg. First pitch misses to Livermore. .64 ERA and 30 1/3 this season with Murray State. All Missouri Valley Conference second team selection. That one's high, and it's 2-0. I think at this rate, we're all kind of hoping that this game goes by quickly. But knowing the baseball gods, we might be here until midnight. .20 is called a strike. Zenko signed on June 2nd, so still in the midst of his second week with the squad. Pitched in 1 game of the 6 on the road trip. It's been a while since we've seen him. And his usual closer, he was a closer at Murray State. He got 8 saves, and that was the second in the Missouri Valley Conference. Now it seems like Zenko might have to come in here for some long relief. Long relief / starting. The Otters in the bullpen, they usually do their pregame high five, the lineup high fives, and they did it again here after the big delay. 2-2 popped up in a shallow center field. Salvaggio is right there, and he'll make the catch for out number 2. First 2 gone here in the third against Zenko.
Back to the top of the order, left fielder 21, Clark.
Order coming around for the second time, as Kellum Clark had to wait a while between at-bats. Back when it was still light outside, he struck out swinging to lead off the game. First pitch misses a little low, check over to third, did not go around. It's 1-0. Murray State this season finished 33-27. 13-1 in neutral site games, which is insane. 1-2 of 3 here in Evansville to end the regular season. Inside pitch hits Clark on the elbow area. So he'll take first on the hit by pitch.
Shortstop, 7, Alec Gray.
2 players in the box right now. Clark will take his base. Second free pass allowed by the Otters pitching. Zenko last season in 2025 had a 4.15 ERA in 52 innings. He was also a second team All Missouri Valley Conference selection. So that's called a strike, and it's 0-1. Well, that Murray State team made a miraculous run to the College World Series. Went 44-17. Won the Missouri Conference Tournament. Ended up getting the auto bid into the regional. That one is going to miss. They beat number 18 Georgia Tech. Won 2 of 3 against number 15 Ole Miss. And then won 2 of 3 again against Duke in the Super Regional to advance to the College World Series. But they ended up losing both of their games there against number 15 UCLA and number 3 Arkansas. Called strike 2. High strike call there. Zenko, after that run, became the first player from his high school, Northview High School in Brazil, to make the College World Series. Pretty special achievement for him. High pop-up, right side into foul ground. Dennis Pierce will make the catch for out number 3. Scoreless third for Zenko. After the rain delay, we'll head to the bottom of the third. Otters, Boomers, no score on the Otters Digital Network.
So I got the Aces down here with me, and during our rain delay, you guys were dancing, but Austin, what was you saying, Austin? I thought that we could dance better than everyone in the crowd. Oh, I call that a challenge. So DJ, hit that music, and we'll see if the Aces can dance better than all of you ladies up there. That's pretty good. Don't forget, fans, stick around after tonight's game. Our fireworks show, sponsored by AstraZeneca.
The longest inning in Otters history. No, probably not. The longest inning this season is still brought to you by Precision Pest and Wildlife. Well, it took so long, we're doing 2 reads in 1 inning. Every great team brings precision to the field. We bring it to your home and business. Call 812-993-3341 or visit precisionpestwildlife.com. Let's elevate the standard together. Shout out to the grounds crew for elevating the tarp to make sure all the water got off. So it is still Salata out there. So interesting. The Otters decide to switch pitchers, take Williman out, and the Boomers decide to keep Salata in. They'll face the top of the lineup, Ponder, Linscott, and Pierce.
For the Evansville Otters, Edward Jones, leadoff batter of the game.
Edward Jones, leadoff batter in Ponder. He walked in the first inning, ended up stealing second. Didn't advance further from that, though, as Salata was able to get the next 3 outs in quick succession. See how Salata works after the delay. A little high for ball 1. Salata from the Chicago area, Lake Forest, a little bit north of Chicago. He's got a fastball slider, curve cutter changeup, a 5-pitch mix. Pretty rare in the Frontier League to have a 5-pitch mix, but he does. He is rocking with 2 innings, 2 hits, no earned runs, 1 walk, 1 strikeout. Nearing 2 walks as Ponder hasn't not gotten a pitch to hit quite yet. It's 3-0. Salata kicks and deals, and it's a 4-pitch walk to Ponder. Well, not a great start to the experiment of keeping Salata in. 2 walks and 2 at-bats for Ponder. That'll bring up Sam Linscott for his second at-bat. He flew out to Fedco in right field in his first at-bat. Called strike 1, or strike of the inning for Salata. 26 years old. He's at Illinois State between 2019 and 2023. Fouled back, it's 0-2. Salata was drafted in the 19th round of the 2023 MLB draft by the A's. Never ended up playing a game for them, though. That was after his senior season at Illinois State, in which he had a 4.08 ERA in 75 innings. Grounder into right field for a base hit. John Ponder is going to head first to third. Single for Linscott. It's first and third with nobody out here in the 3rd inning. Still awaiting that 100th hit from Dennis Pierce. Good chance to get it right here. Well, Linscott feel as though he's most likely going to try and take second here. Take out the easy double play. Double play would bring in a run, but I'd rather not have that, I feel. Throwback to first is not in time, as Linscott is the first to get a piece of the mud out there. Most mud is built up on the warning track. Grounder over to short. Craig to second for one, on to first for two. And it is a 6-4-3 double play, but a run comes in as the Otters take a 1-0 lead here in the third. So 2 outs are recorded, but the Otters take the lead. It was 1-0 for a while in yesterday's game. Might be the same case scenario here, even with the delay. First pitch to Robertson is called a strike. Grounder to second base. Bobbled by Livermore. Throw to first. It is still in time for out number 3. A little bit of a scary situation for Livermore. He's able to recover. The Otters do bring in a run, though. The RBI double play for Dennis Pierce makes it 1-0 as we head to the fourth on the Otters Digital Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we'd like to take a moment to recognize the lives touched by cancer. We invite you to join our players in a special Stand Up to Cancer moment by holding your signs high as we honor cancer survivors, remember loved ones we've lost, and support those who continue the fight. Ladies and gentlemen, on this night, we thank you for standing with us in the fight against cancer. And thank you to the Schaumburg Boomers, the Evansville Otters, and our umpires for participating in our Stand Up to Cancer salute.
Cool little moment there as we had a nice stand up to cancer moment. I made my own little stand up to cancer for my mom and my stepdad. So shout out to them for beating cancer. They're cancer survivors. So, the whole fight against cancer means a lot to me, and it means a lot to a lot of people. As there were a lot of people in the stands that were showing their signs, including all the players, the coaches, the managers, the umpires. Everybody here has dealt with cancer at some point in their life, whether it be to themselves or to a family member or someone you know, someone you love. So, We're all here for the fight against cancer. And we had a special moment there to end the third inning as everybody got to show that they're fighting for somebody. Here in the top of the fourth inning is brought to you by Sheet Metal Workers Local 20. For 138 years, sheet metal workers have led the way in sheet metal industries like heating and air, architectural, industrial, and more. Visit smart20evansville.com for more information. So Zenko, after throwing a scoreless top of the third, is going to have to do the same thing here in the fourth. Otters now with a run. They lead it 1-0. It'll be Miles Beal, Cole Turney, Kyle Fitzgerald to lead off the fourth inning. Miles Beal batting from the right side for the first time today. First pitch will miss for ball one. Miles Beal in his first at bat, flew out to right field over to Lynn Scott. Base hit into center field for Beal as he'll take first.
Designated hitter, 31, Cole Turney.
So leadoff single here for Miles Beal. First hit given up by Zenko, and that will bring up Cole Turney. Turney hit a single in the second inning. That was the only hit given up by Landon Williman. So he extends his hitting streak to his first 8 games of the season. Turney in the midst of a pretty good season so far. Last year he was with the West Michigan Whitecaps. He was drafted in the 34th round of 2017 by the Indians out of high school. William B. Travis in Texas. Did not end up signing. Played his seasons in college, then signed a minor league deal with the Tigers, an undrafted free agent for him. In 2023, he was there until 2025 and signed on March 26th. Spent the start of this season on the IL. Called a strike. It's 2-1. Well, the rain has definitely subsided by now. And it's coming back another day. Hopefully that day comes when we're not playing here and we're on the road. 2-1. Good breaking ball. Called a strike. It's 2-2. So Beal on first. Nobody out here in the fourth inning. Beal is tied for the team lead in steals with 10. He's tied with Alec Craig. He's 10 for 11 this season. Surprised he hasn't gone yet. He might on this pitch, though. Looking pretty adamant over there at first base. Got him swinging. Cole Turney strikes out. First strikeout of the day for Zenko, and that's out number 1 in the fourth.
First baseman, 5, Kyle Fitzgerald.
Kyle Fitzgerald will step in for his second at-bat. He grounded into a double play in his last at-bat, and he's got a runner on first here with less than 2 outs. Good to see him ground into another one. Definitely would be good for the pitch count of Zenko. He's pretty much flying through the lineup so far, besides the single. Runner goes on the first pitch. It's bobbled by Wilbanks, and Beal will take second. Now team leading 11th stolen base of the year. He's 11 for 12. Kyle Fitzgerald, 4th season in Schaumburg. He was originally selected in the Frontier League draft, 10th overall. And that was one heck of a pick by Schaumburg, considering he's been here this long. Had a lot of career highs last season. 1-0 swung on and missed. Last year, he had a career high in games played with 88, runs with 70, doubles with 17, triples with 3, steals with 11, average at 281, hits with 85, on-base percentage at 383, and slugging at 455. So, 2025 season, he was a part of a fantastic Schaumburg offense, an offense that broke the team record in runs scored. Fly ball into right field. Linscott has plenty of room, and he's going to look to throw. And it was a great throw, which won't allow Miles Beal to take the extra base. So, big out number 2 for Zenko here in the 4th. And a nice throw from the man out there, Mr. Linscott. Last year, the Boomers led the league with 686 runs. Team record. Previous record was back in 2014, their 3rd season in existence, in which they had 562, so they blew that record out of the water. It's also the 3rd highest in league history, with the league record being just a little over them at 705. First pitch is called, strike 1 to Henry Zippe. Zippe in his first at-bat walked, only walk issued by the Otters today, as they've been doing a great job limiting the walks. Yesterday was the first game this season in which the Otters didn't walk anybody. Little low, it's 1-1. Otters also looking to go 3 games without an error for the 3 straight games without an error for the first time this season. They've been playing some good defense. It's helped them get a couple of victories here against Schaumburg and at Lake Erie. Grounder up the middle. Salvaggio's right there. Bobbled, tossed to first, still not in time. If they call that an error, I would like to apologize for my transgressions. Please call it a hit. 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 For my sanity, please call it a hit. Oh, it's an error. Oh, man, I'm sorry, TJ. Okay, the errorless streak is over. That's my bad. I'm sorry. I said something about the errorless streak, and then there was an error. That's my bad. First pitch to Calarco misses for ball 1. So first and third, still 2 outs, though. So chance for Zenko to get out of it here. I did have a feeling that was going to get called an error. Unfortunate. Calarco grounded out in his first at-bat. In the dirt, it's 2-0. Last 5 games for Calarco, 4 for 15. He went 3 for 3 on the 5th against Evansville. That counts in the last 5. So in the other 4 games, he's gone 1 for 12, now 1 for 13 after his ground out in his first at-bat. Inside, called strike 1. So Miles Beal is at third. Singled, stole second base, advanced to third on the error at short by Salvaggio. 2-1. Little high, and it's ball 3. Well, the stats for the Otters drastically decrease in terms of winning when they have an error. With an error, they're 7-8. Without one, they're 12-2. Three-one. Swing and a miss. Nice slider getting into the zone. Full count here with 2 outs. Runner at first, and Zippe will run. Get a little extra head start here. 6-1 are the Boomers when their opponent has 1 error. When they have 2, for some reason it goes down to 6-3. Fly ball, foul ground. Pierce, Wilbanks, Pierce. He's got it. And that's out number 3. So 2 reach runners at the corners with 2 outs. Zippe was over at first after the error, and then the single from Beal, but Zetko's able to get out of it without allowing a run. The Otters still lead it 1-0 as we head to the bottom of the 4th on the Otters Digital Network.
It's time to show us your best smiles for the HRI Dental Smile Cam. Over 300,000 members trust HRI Dental, based right here in the Hoosier state of Indiana. HRI Dental has been insuring smiles for more than 37 years. Keep on smiling with HRI Dental. Also, a big round of applause for our volunteers as they brush off the faces. Look at those pearly white shines. Plenty of reasons to be smiling here at the ballpark. 1, we're playing baseball. 2, it's the weekend. And 3, we have fireworks. Courtesy of AstraZeneca, they're coming up post-game. Due to the weather delay, we extended our auction time. The auction will now close at 10 o'clock. So you have 15 minutes. 15 minutes to place a bid on the jerseys being worn by the Otters. You can do it online at Dash. QR code is on the Otter Vision and Heritage Video board. For more information on how to bid,
Bottom of the 4th here at Bossy Field. A lot of the other games are finishing up. What happened to Gateway? Last we checked, it was 1-0. It is now 16-1 Florence. 5 in the 5th, 5 in the 6th, 5 in the 7th. Oh my goodness. Gateway, what happened? Anything else? Winnie City won. Washington has outscored New Jersey 25-1 in their 2 games. Frontier League's a weird place, man. Weird place. Marcos Gonzalez leads off the bottom of the 4th. Salada gave up a run in the bottom of the 3rd. RBI double play from Dennis Pierce. Grounder down the third base line, foul. Another quick reminder that TJ Zarowitz is over at third base because Andy McCauley got ejected, which means every move from the 1st inning onward has been the result of Max Peterson. He's been doing good so far. Otters are up 1-0. Putting in Dylan Zentko has so far seemed to be like the right choice. Gonzalez, Castillo, and Cruz. Swung on and missed for strike 3. 3-pitch strikeout for Salada to start the 4th, his 2nd of the day. And that's out number 1 in the 4th.
Number 6, LG Castillo.
Leujim, otherwise known as LG Castillo, is up for his 2nd at-bat. He's been hitting the ball well, including a single in his first at-bat. Keeps this up, he's going to overtake Logan Brown for the lead in batting average. Castillo's already at 345. Logan Brown, who's not playing today, he's at 354. Called a strike outside edge. It's 1-1. Back-to-back 3-hit days before today. Outside, it's ball 2. Now 5 multi-hit games on the season after his back-to-back 3-hitters. Struggled a lot in the series on the road against Schaumburg, but so far here, just like the rest of the offense, they just play so much better at home, which, I mean, yeah, it makes sense, but 13-3 at home is crazy. Big home field advantage here at Bossy Field. Still Colors of Hope night. The jersey auction was extended to 10 o'clock. So if you go to the Otters social media, you can still bid on these jerseys. Swung on and missed for strike 3, and it's back-to-back Ks for Salada to start the 4th.
the second baseman, number 17, J.J. Cruz.
So if you go to the social media, you can literally buy Cruz's jersey as he's hitting. Crazy how jersey auctions work, huh? First pitch to Cruz. Fouled away. JJ hit a single in his last at-bat. He's hitting pretty well in his last few games. Started off the season on a 3-for-5 against Florence in his first game. Really struggled, but he's been hitting the ball a lot better as of recent. 3-for-5 on Wednesday against Lake Erie. And I only had a 1-for-4 yesterday, but already 1-for-1 today. We've yet to see a cruise missile in a while. Where have those been? Breaking ball just outside. It's 2-1. JJ, otherwise known as Jaden Jackson Cruz, from the Orange County area. Big Dodgers fan. Swing and a miss. It's 2-2. Last season against Schaumburg, he actually hit very well. 364, 12 for 33. 3 of his 11 homers came against Schaumburg, including driving in 9 runs. Didn't mention this yesterday, but Logan Brown, after this pitch, grounder right back to Salata. He'll toss to first. Logan Brown, with his homer yesterday, already has as many home runs in 26 games as he did all of last year in 59 games. 1-2-3 frame for Salata. We head to the 5th, 1-0 Otters. This game's looking a lot like yesterday on the Otters Digital Network.
Southwest Graphics, Evansville Otterville. Working side by side with local businesses and community organizations, taking a seat to improve the lives of those in need to create a better place for all of us to live, work, and play. Every child deserves a safe home team. Volunteers speak up for children in foster care that need hope, stability, and a champion by their side. Visit the Vanderbilt County Casa Info table at the front gate to learn more on how you can make a difference, because every child deserves someone in their corner. Right fielder, 3.
5th innings brought to you by B-Dubs Buffalo Wild Wings. Bottomless apps are now here. Dine and only. Visit either Evansville locations. 5405 Pearl Drive or 715 North Green River Road. For details. Interesting calls from the Posse faithful today. It's been a long night, man. It has been such a long night, and we're only in the 5th inning. The polite heckling is so funny. Fly ball from Fedco into right center. Ponder will call off Linscott and make the catch for out number 1. Fedco over 2 today now. Tony Livermore flew out to shallow center to Salvaggio at short. 2 1/3 scoreless out of the pen for Zenko. At this rate, might see him go 4 or 5 innings. First pitch called a strike. 87 on the fastball. Zenko doesn't throw the fastest. It's more of his breaking stuff. A lot of good movement and a lot of switching sides that he does. Not going to throw the hardest, but will catch you off guard with a slider. Slider away. Going to be strike 3 here for Livermore. I'm calling it right now. We'll say Zenko is having a bit of trouble with the mound. The mound is, well, it was getting worked on a little bit after the rain delay. 0-2. Grounder to first is foul. There's somebody warming up in the Otters bullpen. Not too sure who it may be. That's Andrew Garcia out there. See if Andrew Garcia goes a inning or two in relief. I feel as though if Zenko gets through this 1-2-3, just bring him out for the 6th. I'm not the maker of decisions, though. I'm just speaking. That's all I do here. All I do is yap. High for ball 1. Still no movement at all in the bullpen of the Boomers, so they're just running with Salata. Trying to keep that 5-inning streak. Every start this season, Salata's gone 5. 1-2 is called, strike 3. Second strikeout of the day for Zenko, and that's out number 2 in the top of the 5th inning. 3 strikeouts today for Boomers offense. Schaumburg coming into this game have struck out 44 times in the past 4 games. 11 strikeouts per game is kind of crazy. But that's just kind of how the offense has been so far. On the road. On the road, they're hitting at 202. Fly ball. Shallow left center field. Salvaggio makes the catch for out number 3. That was a bit of a whirlwind right there. 1-2-3 inning for Dylan Zenko as he's pitching great after the rain delay. Halfway home finally here at Bossy Field. 1-0 Otters on the Otters Digital Network. Hey, how we doing? Welcome back to Bossy Field. Bottom 5 here as the Otters are up 1-0 on Schaumburg Boomers. We are one of 4 games still playing right now, and we're the latest one after the rain delay. So we might be the standalone game today. You know what? That's always good about a rain delay is that we become the standalone game. Anybody that wants to watch Frontier League baseball has to tune into this game. Hopefully, the Otters can do what they did yesterday, put together a big inning here, as they did in the 7th yesterday. Cohen Wilbanks leads it off. It's Wilbanks, Salvaggio, and John Ponder. The Otters are 4-1 in home series. The only series they lost at home was the first series against Washington. Bunch showed, pulled back. Grounder down the first base line, foul. Wilbanks is 0 for 1. He's got a ground out to second base so far today. Fouled back. Well, since Logan Brown isn't here, who's catching the bullpens? Actually, who's doing that? Oh, it might be Mark Black. That makes sense. Maybe that's why Mark Black is getting the day off today, so he could be the bullpen catcher. That'll miss. It's 2-2. Yeah, see, I'm starting to get it now. I'm starting to get the mindset going. Yeah, the only two guys off the bench today are Mark Black and Amani Jones. Another grounder over to Livermore. He'll throw to first, and that's out number 1. Now, if they put Mark Black into the game, who will be the bullpen catcher? See, the line just keeps going. It just keeps going. Either way, TJ Salvaggio is into the game. He's been in the game, but his second at-bat of the game. He grounded out back to Salata in his first at-bat. That'll miss. Salvaggio made an error at short, but didn't end up coming back to bite the Otters, fortunately. That will hit the outer edge of the zone. Salvaggio still leading the team in RBIs at 25. He drove one in yesterday, even though he went 0 for 4. Outside, it's 2-1. I think the fans are getting a little rowdy here earlier on in the game because they've had the entire rain delay to get some beers. 2-1. Fly ball into right field. Fedko giving it a run. Right at the track, he'll make the catch for out number 2. Well, we saw a ball like that from Salvaggio get over the right field wall in Lake Erie for a home run, 2-run shot for him. It was pretty interesting. It was the 11th against Lake Erie. He ended up going 3 for 4 in that game. That one just didn't have the distance. Back to the top of the lineup for the 3rd time, John Ponder. He'll take strike 1. John Ponder has 2 walks today, so has not recorded an at-bat, but has gone on twice, and he scored the only run of the day after coming in from 3rd on the RBI double play from Dennis Pierce. That'll miss. So through 4.5 innings, only 5 hits between the two teams. 2 for Schaumburg, 3 for Evansville, and Evansville has the 1 run. Breaking ball hits the zone. It's 1-2. Salata looking to go 5 innings here. Keep up that streak. That is called strike 3, and he will go the full 5. 4th strikeout of the day for Salata as Ponder goes down looking for out number 3. We'll head to the 6th inning, 1-0 Otters on the Otters Digital Network.
Otter fans, it's time for the Hoosier Lottery's jackpot toss. Otter staff will release the Hoosier Lottery beach balls into the crowd. The music starts, pass the balls to the crowd, and when the music stops, everyone 18 or older holding the ball winning $30 Hoosier Lottery prize pack. We have the music queued up. Let's get to going. Playing this song in honor of the reigning national champion Indiana Hoosiers. And stop. Congratulations from the Hoosier Lottery, the Evansville Otters. Otter staff will tell you how to claim your prize. You must be 18 or older to play and win. Please play responsibly. And make sure you stop by a local Hoosier Lottery retailer to pick up your Powerball ticket for tonight's drawing. Powerball estimated at $258 million. Must be 18 or older to play. Please play responsibly and it's time for the United Fidelity Bank sixth inning. United Fidelity Bank, the experience you need and service you deserve since 1914.
Sixth innings brought to you by United Fidelity Bank, the service you deserve and the experience you need since 1914. We're down to 3 games left in the Frontier League tonight. We're in the 6th inning here. Alec Craig leads it off. Craig Beal Turney against Zenko, who's back out there for the 6th inning. Looking to go 4 scoreless after the rain delay. First pitch called a low strike. Alec Craig became the Frontier League leader in walks for a career back on May 29th against Florence. Had 2 walks in that game. 421 broke the record. He's now at 427. That'll miss a little high. This season, he has more walks than strikeouts. 25 walks compared to 19 Ks. Oh for 2 today. Matter of fact, he's 0 for his last 16. His last hit came against the Otters back in the series at Wintrust. Didn't get a hit in Gateway, but on Thursday, he did drive in 2 runs. 2 of the 5, where Schaumburg ended up winning the only game of that series, 5-2. 1-2 to Craig. Little low. Craig coming from Sicklerville, New Jersey. He's the Frontier League record in holder in walks because he's been with Schaumburg for so long. This is his 6th season with the Boomers. He's been here so long that he won the Frontier League Championship in 2021, the last team not named the Quebec Capitals to win the Frontier League. Those Capitals. Those Capitals. 2-2. And just inside. Alec Craig seemed like he kind of made a move there to go back to the dugout. Was a little inside. Full count here. No walks in this outing for Zenko so far. Does have the hit by pitch, though, of Kellum Clark. And called strike 3. And Craig thought that one was ball 4. 3 strikeouts in relief for Zenko. And that's out number 1 in the 6th. Oh, Alec Craig has given some words to home plate umpire Trevor Klosterman. Max Peterson will come out, and I think we're going to have a pitching change, but a great performance from Dylan Zenko. He pitched wonderfully. He'll come out of the game 3 1/3. 1 hit. No earned runs, no walks, 3 strikeouts. So a very happy Zenko after his best start, his best outing of his pro career. But we'll see a new pitcher come into the game, looking like Andrew Garcia. So we'll take a quick break here on the Otters Digital Network.
Otters come to the bullpen. Andrew Garcia in to pitch. Garcia's on the mound. Low X behind the plate. It's time by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find your battery needs the Answer Auto Repair East. 2319 North River Road, 812-475-9000.
There's the infield. Dennis Pierce, J.J. Cruz, T.J. Salvaggio, Marcos Gonzalez looking on as Andrew Garcia will pitch. All those jerseys will be auctioned off. Only 26 minutes until the jersey auction runs out, so make sure you head over to the Otters social media to grab a bid on a jersey, maybe win it, maybe get a jersey that's game worn. Maybe you'll get Garcia's jersey. Maybe you'll get my jersey. I did wear one for pregame. Pregame, by the way, was now 3 hours ago, so tells you how long the rain delay was. Andrew Garcia, the new pitcher, into the game for the Otters. He has a 2.12 ERA in 17 innings. Record at a 4-0, not lost. And he's only given up 7 hits this season in 17 innings. It's been the walks that have been an issue for Garcia. He's 15 walks. He does have 21 strikeouts, though, but if anything has been hindering him so far, it has been the walks. Last outing was against Lake Erie through 2 scoreless. Walked 2, struck out 3, though. It wasn't the walks that got him in his last outing against Schaumburg back on the 7th. It was actually the hits that time. He gave up a home run and drove in 2 in an inning of work. Miles Beal is up. First man to face Garcia here with 1 out in the top of the 6th inning. Called a strike. It's 1-1. Somebody's warming in the Schaumburg dugout now. Or dugout, bullpen. One, right down the middle. Fastball at 93. It's got to be interesting going from an 87 fastball to a 93. Holland Towns is the man warming in the pen for Schaumburg. Little high, another fastball. 2-2. Garcia, first season with the Otters. He signed pretty early on February 24th from Lancaster. Also a pretty big Dodgers fan. Just like J.J. Cruz. Grounder foul down the third base line. Miles Beal so far today, 1 for 2. He has a fly out to right field against Williman, a single against Zentko. Stole a base as well after that single in the 4th. Didn't end up coming around to score. 2-2. Another one fouled off. 94.
An overhead foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best. Never regret it.
Garcia last year was with Yuba Sutter. Last year, Yuba Sutter finished 50-46. Grounder over to first and snagged by Pierce. He'll tag the bag, and that's out number 2. 101 off the bat, and Pierce had no problem with it.
Designated hitter.
Out number 2.
Cole Turney.
Garcia. First out on the first batter. It'll bring up Cole Turney. He has a single and a strikeout. His single in the second, he ended up being 1 out of the double play, grounded into by the man on deck in Kyle Fitzgerald. Big swing and a miss for strike 1. Went with a changeup that time, first pitch, instead of the fastball. Might have thrown Turney off a little bit. Called a ball. Cole Turney was at Houston in 2021. With Houston, he only played 6 games before missing the season with injury, but he was also teammates with a guy who we have seen and we will see, Samuel Benjamin. He was an Otters killer for Lake Erie. Checked to first, and he did go around, and it makes it 1-2 as Turney will call his hitter's timeout. So, yeah, those two were teammates at Houston. Turney and Benjamin know each other quite well. Best season was with Cumberland. Was with Cumberland his last 2 seasons in college. 1-2. in the dirt. Evens up at 2 apiece. 2023 with Cumberland, he hit 521. 521 in 45 games. That's not even a small sample size. He hit 32 home runs. Drove in 79. He had so many school records for a single season, but he strikes out. 2 strikeouts in the inning, one from Garcia, one from Zentko, and a 1-2-3 between the both of them. 6 scoreless for Otters pitching as we head to the bottom half of the 6th. 1-0 on the Otters Digital Network.
And this time for Jersey Field, we've got 2 masters of center field. Third base side is Harper. Over here we got Trenton. What they have to do is sit around bat 10 times, field artisan BLT, deliver it to the honor bell with everything intact, which is the key. And whoever does so first wins the free tickets. You ready over there? Get the bill. Go! Yep, 2 totally different. All right, they're both building. Harper has hers together. Can she deliver it? Harper is the winner. Don't give up, though. You got it. You got it.
Bottom 6, we have a new pitcher on the mound. His name is Holland Towns, and he is looking to keep the deficit at 1 here for Schaumburg as their offense has been very stagnant on the road yet again. Sorry, that is Tanner Shears, not Holland Towns. Apologies, 29 and 30. They're 2 very close numbers. It's been a long night. Please forgive me. So, this is Tanner Shears. 6.75 ERA in 9 1/3. Pitched against Evansville on the 7th. He threw an inning, gave up 2 earned runs on 2 hits, 2 walks, and a strikeout. Not really doing the best to start off the year. He's got a fastball, slider, changeup mix, so 3 pitches. Might be a lot better compared to the 5 pitches that Salata has. He comes out of the game with 5 innings, 3 hits, 1 earned run, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts, and it doesn't really help the cause that they were just trying to continue the streak of 5 innings because he only went 5 innings before getting replaced. Lynn, Scott, Pierce, Robertson, the top 3 here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Maybe the 7th, they're waiting until the 7th again to score 7 more runs. The 6th is where the Otters have done most of their damage. Bunt showed pulled back. It's ball 1. The Otters have scored 31 runs in the 6th inning. Tied for the most now with the 7th inning. After that 7-run 7th, they now are tied with 31 apiece. They have given up their most runs in the 6th inning, 30 of them. But a scoreless 6th, so we might be in good hands here in the bottom half. 1-1 here to Linscott. Before it'll be a timeout call. 26 years old for Shears. He's from Modesto, California. Signed a minor league deal with the Brewers in 2023. Was injured for a lot of that time, including missing the entire 2024 season with injury. Ended up only pitching 56 2/3 in the Brewers system in 3 seasons. 2-1. That was after a good season at Illinois, Chicago. UIC, 3.10 ERA in 29 innings. He also had a pretty long stretch in between stints at Schaumburg. He was in Schaumburg right out of college in 2022. Had a 1.07 ERA with the Boomers. Ended up signing that minor league deal. And now he's back. Back with Schaumburg. Swing and a miss, and it's a full count, 3-2. Shears re-signed technically, with Schaumburg on April 8th. Payoff. Popped up foul. Heading over there is Fitzgerald, but he will not have enough room. Foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it. Tanner Shears was mostly released because of the injury issues, because he had a 3.18 ERA in those 56 2/3, which is not bad. Not bad. He had a 1.35 ERA in 20 innings with single-A Carolina Mudcats to start 2023. That's called strike 3. First batter is the first K of the day for Shears. Strikeout looking ends the 5th. Strikeout looking starts the 6th on the offensive side for the Otters. That's out number 1. Dennis Pierce is 0 for 2 so far. 2 grounders, 2 short. One of them for 1 out, 1 for 2, but the double play drove in a run. He's got the only RBI of the day for either side. This is looking exactly like yesterday's game. And if it continues like that, we're in for a wild 7th. That's for sure. One-0. It's just outside. It's ball 2. So 2023, mentioned started the season with Carolina. RIP, Carolina Mudcats. Sent up to High A, Wisconsin. Wisconsin Timber Rattlers had a decent ERA there, too. 1.52 ERA and 29 2/3 to end the season. That'll get away. Shears seemed to have slipped off the mound. 2024, missed the entire season with an injury. Started 2025 on a rehab assignment with the Arizona Complex League. Played 2 games there. Got activated. Sent back up to Wisconsin. Ended up having a 20.25 ERA in 4 games. So that one's inside for ball 4. And then got released. Joined Oakland, the Oakland Ballers in the Pioneer League. Played 4 games there to end the season. Oh, first Otters hitter not named John Ponder to take a walk today. Ponder has 2 walks. Pierce now has 1. 3 walks compared to 5 strikeouts for Boomers pitching. B-Rob 0 for 2 today has a strikeout swinging and a grounder to second. First pitch called a strike. Best season for Shears was at Modesto Junior College. There's a JC season. But he had a 1.38 ERA and 32 2/3 with his local junior college. Oh-2 here to B-Rob. Shears looking back over to first, covered over there by Fitzgerald. That one's way outside. And it's 1-2. Robertson, 7th round draft pick out of the 2022 draft by the Rays. Was with Cleburne to start the year. Never ended up playing with them as he joined the Otters. 1-2. High fly ball into shallow right field. Fedko has got to run a little bit to get that one, but he will get it, and that's out number 2. Marcos Gonzalez will now try to advance the runner. He's 0 for 2 so far, lined out over to Zippay at third. We haven't really seen too much of Henry Zippay at third. That's literally the only ball that's been hit to him in this entire game. Also has a strikeout on 3 pitches in the fourth. Both of those were against Salata. First pitch here from Shears. Dennis Pierce not too prone to stealing. He does have one, though. 1 for 2 on the season. Let's see if he tries to take second here with 2 outs. Otters are a very good 2-out hitting team. Marcos Gonzalez, in particular, has only 3 2-out RBIs. Whoa! Had to duck out of the way of that one. Very wild. Made it sit 2-0. Oh, Gonzalez, technically one of the older guys on the team, 26 years old. This is a younger squad for the Otters compared to the older Boomers. That's why they're called the Boomers, actually. Called strike 1 at the higher half of the zone. Marcos Gonzalez's last 5 games have been 2 0 for 5s and 3 1 for 4s. Very interesting pattern for him. 2-1 is called strike 2. Fastball going up to 92 for Shears. Gonzalez was teammates with Junior Serta in Winter Ball 2024-2025 season in the Colombian Winter League, Tigres de Cartagena. I hope I said that right. Ground ball over to third. There's Zippay. He'll toss a second, and that is out number 3. We'll head to the 7th. 1-0 Otters. Good pitchers duel here between a lot of pitchers. 4 of them so far on the Otters Digital Network.
We got the T-ball master Gabe down here on the field. He's going to spin around that bat 10 times, hit the ball into the net, which will equal a home run in T-ball land. If he does so, he is a winner. Ready, Gabe? All right, let's go. This is the hardest part. That's a winner to me. D-Bats is Evansville's premier locally owned indoor baseball and softball training facility. Experience top-notch batting cages, automated pitching machines for baseball, fast pitch and slow pitch softball, personalized equipment, exciting games and clinics, unforgettable birthday parties, pro shop filled with everything you need. Paramount Rollins, they're located on O'Hare Drive near the airport. You can visit them 7 days a week for all your baseball and softball needs. The Otters are back to the ballpark tomorrow. The series finale on Flag Day. The Otters will take the field of special Flag Day jerseys, and fans can enjoy a special appearance by the world famous Budweiser Clydesdales. They'll be at the ballpark from 4:30 to 6:30.
So we have our official attendance numbers for today's game. 4,003. Pretty good outing for all the fans here. And not as much as yesterday, but still very solid crowd. Otters are consistently pretty high in the attendance numbers. First pitch called a ball to Fitzgerald. Garcia's back out there for another inning as he'll face off against Fitzgerald, Zippay, and Calarco, the top 3 leading off in the top of the 7th. Otters pitching well. Schaumburg hitting on the road is continuing to flounder a little bit. There's a fly ball into deep left field. Going back on it is Castillo, and that'll one hop off the wall Leadoff double for Fitzgerald. First extra base hit of the day for either side. And it's a man on second with no out situation for Garcia.
North Main Street. Third baseman, 11, Henry Cepeda.
No tying run here on second base with nobody out. For Schaumburg, Henry Zippe will step in. Zippe, 25 years old, spent a lot of time in college. 7 seasons. 5 of them at Omaha, 2 of them at Iowa Western. Bunt gets dropped down, back to Garcia. Throw on to first is in time. And a successful sac bunt for Zippe, moving the runner Fitzgerald over to third.
The catcher, 16, Alex Larco.
Well, the Boomers so far have been struggling with runners in scoring position offensively. See if that continues here in the 7th. There's a man warming in both bullpens. David Eckes is in the Otters pen. Take a look at who is in the other pen after this pitch as the infield's in. First pitch is just inside to Alex Calarco. Aaron Glickstein is in the pen for Schaumburg. 1-0 pitch. That is into left field and a base hit. Run will come in from third, and the Boomers have tied it up at 1 apiece. So the sac bunt leads to an RBI single from Calarco as Calarco continues to hit well against the Otters.
Right fielder, 3.
We're all knotted up at 1. Christian Fedko will now be up. Go ahead run on first with 1 out. Silencing the crowd here at Bossy Field. Calarco, that's his 15th RBI of the season. Whoa! Way high and in. Might have startled Fedko a little bit. Well, Christian Fedko, his dad, his name is John, all right? And John Fedko was a sportscaster in the Pittsburgh area. He was the anchor and sports director for Channel 11 Pittsburgh, WPXI. And he had a show called The Fedko Zone. And it was supposed to be a sort of remix, a little bit of a parody of The Twilight Zone. So they had before the game today, and you can look this up on YouTube. We pulled up here in the press box one of the videos of the Fedko Zone. It's on YouTube. You look up the Fedko Zone on YouTube, you'll see it. That is Christian Fedko's dad doing the Fedko Zone, and for some reason he decided to say it really fast. I don't know why he said the Fedko Zone. The Fedko Zone. So, played it on the Jumbotron, or the video board here at Bossy Field when Schaumburg was taking the field for batting practice, and Christian had a very good laugh at it. It literally stopped batting practice. Everybody on Schaumburg's squad turned around to watch the video. So if you want to watch it, Fedko Zone on YouTube. Check swing, he did go around. It's 2-2. John Fedko was voted Pittsburgh's favorite sportscaster by Pittsburgh magazines. Doing a pretty good job over there in the Pittsburgh area. If anyone's from Pittsburgh, you might know who he is. You might know the Fedko Zone. You might. There might be a person watching this right now that was a fan of the Fedko Zone, and now his son is here playing for the Otters or against the Otters. 0 for 2 for Fedko though. 2 flyouts. He's facing a 3-2 here with 1 out. Tying run has come in for Schaumburg. Payoff pitch. High fly ball into foul ground. Marcos Gonzalez has a read on it. He makes the catch, and that's out number 2. Seen a few of those really high pop flies. One with Pierce, one with Salvaggio, now one with Marcos. It's been a little bit too close for comfort, to say the least. Max Peterson will come out, and it looks like Andrew Garcia's day will be over as the lefty in Tony Livermore will come up. 3 straight lefties, including Kellum Clark, Alec Craig, coming up. So Max Peterson will put in the lefty David Eckes to try and face him and not allow the go-ahead run to come in for Schaumburg. So we'll be right back. Another pitching change here on the Otters Digital Network.
Otters, call the bullpen. 24. David Eckes in to pitch. The battery Eckes is on the mound. Wilbanks behind the plate. All right, the answer on the repair east. Find your battery. The answer on the repair east. 2319 with your Veroni. 12475 9000. Tell them. Same for the Otters. It's you. Inning has come to a conclusion here as we hit the 10 o'clock hour. You know where your kids are?
It is officially hit 10 o'clock here as the 7th inning is brought to you by Jacob's Pub. Jacob's Pub is proud to support the Evansville Otters in the Jacobsville neighborhood. Be sure to check out First Fridays on North Main, 607 North Main Street. In Evansville, Indiana, David Eckes is into the game. He has a 4.50 ERA in 10 innings. He's been pitching well so far. Last 2 outings, he didn't give up a run in an inning of work each. So he keeps lowering that ERA. Schaumburg, through a scoreless frame, did walk 2. Also got a strikeout. And it's been a big lowering of the ERA for Eckes ever since he had a little bit of a blow-up against Florence on May 9th. He didn't get an out recorded, gave up 3 earned runs. That was back on the 9th. Ever since then, he's only given up 2 earned runs since then. 1-0 record on the year. His only win came on the 12th against Washington. First pitch fouled away by Livermore. 0-2 on the day for Tony Livermore. Whoa. Not too sure what just happened there. Fly out to Salvaggio and shallow left in his first at-bat in the 3rd. That is a base hit into right field as Livermore gets a good piece of that one. Base hit will advance Colarco to second base, and now there's 2 on with 2 outs for the top of the lineup in Kellum Clark. Couple of booms going on in the background. Kellum Clark is 0-2, got hit by a pitch in the 3rd inning. Two on, 2 outs. First pitch is fouled back to the netting. Eckes only 2 games with multiple strikeouts. One of them was in his last outing against Lake Erie. Struck out 2 in an inning. The other time was in that win against Washington, where he threw 2 scoreless, struck out 3. That was the only win. Season high in innings pitched is 2 1/3, which he gave up a run, but it was unearned against Gateway on the 26th. So it's mound visit now. Still 1-1 here to Kellum Clark. Clark was at Mississippi State, drafted in the 20th round out of there in 2023 by the Mets. Made it all the way to the Brooklyn Cyclones, home of J.T. Benson, former Otter. Called strike 2. Mississippi State, he was teammates with Preston Johnson and Braylon Skinner, both of them with Mississippi, the Mud Monsters at that. Preston Johnson was with the Mississippi Mud Monsters. He got his contract purchased pretty early. Called strike 3. And I don't think they know that that's out number 3. But that is out number 3. Good strikeout for David Eckes to end the top of the 7th, but a run does come in as we're tied up at 1, heading to the stretch on the Otters Digital Network.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a special guest to say, take me out to the ball game. It's Casa Representative Joni Hollis Smith. Are we ready? Get set. Let's sing. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jack. I don't care if I never get back, and we'll root for the Otters. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Nicely done. A big round of applause to Joni Hollis Smith. They're helping us out.
Bottom of the 7th inning. It has been a long one here in Game 2. 10:06. Every other game is officially ended. We are the standalone game. And it's a close one here. 1-1 between Schaumburg and Evansville. New pitcher into the game, Aaron Glickstein for the Boomers. There's somebody warming up in the bullpen for the Otters already. I see David Eckes in there to face 2 lefties out of the first 3. That might be a little bit of a precaution just in case. Aaron Glickstein has a 1.38 ERA in 13 innings. He's only given up 4 hits, 2 earned runs. One of those hits was a solo homer for Marcos Gonzalez when we were in Schaumburg. He's actually given up both of his earned runs on homers. First pitch a little high to LG Castillo, who leads it off. It's Castillo, Cruz, and Wilbanks. Looking like Nolan Thebe in the bullpen for the Otters. 2-0 here to Castillo. The main reason why Glickstein has been so successful, he has 0 walks compared to 18 strikeouts. Absolutely insane. Glickstein has been pitching very well out of the bullpen. Good high leverage arm. That one's fouled away. It's 2-2. Castillo is 1 for 2 so far today. Has a single in the 2nd. Struck out swinging in the 4th. 2-2. Ripped foul. Glickstein has a 5-pitch mix. Fastball, slider, curve, cutter, changeup. A lot of ways to fool you. And he locates very well. There's a base hit into center field. Castillo wide turnaround first, but he'll go back there. He's got himself a leadoff single. His 2nd hit of the night. Back-to-back multi-hit games for Castillo. And the go-ahead run is on to lead off the 7th. 7th was where the Otters shined yesterday, scoring 7 runs in the 7th, and see what they can do here. J.J. Cruz, he's 1 for 2 as well. Called a strike. It's only the 5th hit given up by Glickstein this season. Glickstein is in his 5th season with Schaumburg, 6th overall in the Frontier League. Popped up foul ground. Calarco looks like he has space. He drops it. Basket catch just falls out of the glove for Calarco, and J.J. Cruz stays alive. Chance to really take advantage here. Unfortunate for Glickstein. He was with Lake Erie in 2021 when Schaumburg won the Frontier League title, joined after that season, and has not won one. Because Quebec has been Quebec. 0-2. Fouled away. Well, during his seasons in professional ball, he also played one season, 2024 to 25, in the Nicaraguan Winter League. Leones de Leon, who's teammates with Cole Cook, who's getting the start tomorrow. Oh, 2 yet again here to Cruz. Another one fouled back. Cruz single in the second, grounder back to Salata when he was on the mound in the 4th. 2.95 ERA in 58 innings for Glickstein last season. 21 scoreless outings. And 3 more in the postseason. That's a base hit into center field. J.J. Cruz does take advantage of the dropped fly ball on foul ground. Back-to-back singles to lead off the 7th. Cohen Wilbanks. We'll have a mound visit here. I have a feeling Cohen Wilbanks is going to get called to drop the bunt down here. After the back-to-back singles, though, both teams with 1 run on 5 hits. Otters have an error, though, compared to 0 for Schaumburg. Glickstein has not given up back-to-back hits in a game all season until now. It's the second time today that Castillo and Cruz have hit back-to-back singles. The first time they couldn't bring him in. But now, instead of 1 out, there's 0 outs. So a better chance here. Wilbanks, I think they're expecting the bunt as the corner infielders DePay and Fitzgerald are both in.
The catcher, number 8, Cohen Wilbanks.
Successful sacrifice here would put the go-ahead run 90 feet away. DePay and Fitzgerald crashing. Shows bunt. Pulls it back. It's called strike 1. Wilbanks is 0 for 2. 2 grounders to Livermore at second base. 0-1. Bat goes flying. Look out over there. As it is 0-2 now against Wilbanks. He showed the bunt, pulled it back, and instead of the ball going, the bat went. That was a very interesting play. Well, now the bunt attempt will have to wait here. Wilbanks is going to swing away. Infielder still crashing up on the grass a little bit with the middle infield and double play depth. Otters have not bunted with 2 strikes this season. 0-2 from Glickstein. Showing the bunt, dropping it down the third base line. That's fair. Oh, no, it's foul. That was so close, but it ends up being strike 3. That was almost the perfect bunt. But instead, it's strikeout number 1 for Glickstein and a big out number 1 for him. Mr. Clutch, see what he can do here. 2 on, 1 out in the 7th. Doesn't have a hit yet today. He's 0 for 2. First pitch. Low, called ball 1, just misses. That was the changeup at 83. Back-to-back singles to lead off the frame for Castillo and Cruz. 1-0. Called a strike. Outside edge. Glickstein's only given up 2 earned runs, both of them solo homers. Has not given up an earned run via just a base hit or anything of the sort. Usually because he doesn't give up hits too often. Third of his hit total has just been in this inning. Another one called strike 2. So far, nothing doing on the swinging for Salvaggio. Looking to extend that team lead in ribbies. 1-2. Ripped foul down the right field line. Glickstein gave up 63 hits, but struck out 62 last season. Had a rough 2024, though. 110 hits. It was mostly the hits that were an issue for him. He had a 5.25 ERA. He's gotten better with age. Another 1-2. Grounder over to third. Zippe snags it. Throw to second for 1. On to first. Not in time. As a defensive scoop from Fitzgerald to stop it from getting past him. 2 outs, though, as Castillo heads to third. Well, John Ponder had the big swing of the day yesterday. Double that drove in 3 runs to make it 6-0. Chance for him to have the big swing here again. Doesn't have a hit yet. He's just 0 for 1. 2 walks. We'll have a mound visit here. John Ponder leads the team in 2-out ribbies. He's got 10 of them. 10 out of his 19 now after driving in 3 yesterday. The Otters took advantage of 2 errors over at third by Will Prater yesterday en route to scoring their 7 runs. Definitely a different situation here. Gonna need to get something done here with 2 outs against Glickstein. First pitch. Runner goes, grounder up the middle. Into center field, miscommunication. LG will score. Craig and Livermore, neither of them knew who was getting the ball, and it gets past both of them. So John Ponder does come up with the big swing, but not in the way you'd really think. Look at this. Livermore gives way to Craig, and Craig didn't know Livermore was giving way to him. So it'll head into center field. And it's not an error either. So that will be an earned run for Glickstein. His 3rd of the season. First to third as well with Salvaggio. That's a grounder into right field, a base hit. In comes Salvaggio. Ponder will take third. How about 4 singles in the 7th to bring in 2 runs and make it 3-1 Otters? Well, if there's anything the Otters know how to do, it is hit the ball with 2 outs. Dennis Pierce 0 for 2 with a walk so far today, as Glickstein's now given up 2 earned. He's doubled his earned run total just in this game. Reaches out, pokes one foul. Firework just went off in right field. Who's setting off the fireworks? We don't have fireworks till the end of the game. They're just celebrating the Otters scoring 2 more in the 7th. Something slight, really. Called strike 2. DP down to an 0-2 count against Glickstein. Ponder on third. Lynn Scott on first. His second hit brings in a third run. 0-2. Fouls it back. The Glickstein has doubled not only his earned run total, but his hit total. He's got 4 hits coming into this game. He's given up 4 in not even a full inning. Guys have fight. Guys have fight, even against some of the best pitching in the league. Another 0-2 fouled away. Ooh! Look out. That almost hit Eckes and Garcia, the last 2 pitchers. They're talking to each other over there in the dugout. They had to really duck at that one. Well, so far the Otters are looking like they're going to give the audience a good show here after waiting a while for the rain delay. Another foul ball for Pierce. Another 0-2. High chopper over to second base. Livermore will toss over to first. And that's out number 3. Well, the 7th inning does the Otters well yet again as they score 2, lead it 3-1, heading to the 8th. Nolan Thebe will get the 8th. I'm assuming Serta will get the 9th here on the Otters Digital Network.
Introducing first in the red, we have Sierra. In the blue is Cody. The first one to knock the other one over is your winner. Sumo is brought to you by Roberts by the River. For Evansville. All right, ready, set, sumo. That's what you get. Simple ball. Your winner is Cody. Sumo is brought to you by Roberts by the River. Don't miss their Friday Fish and Ride, featuring all you can eat turkey fish, hot puppy fries, and coleslaw for just $18. You can visit them at 6 Walnut Street or online at Roberts by the River. River.com. Otters call the bullpen. Nolan Thebe into pitch. The battery. Thebe is on the mound. Romance behind the plate. It's powered by the answer on Repair East. 2319 North Road 812-475-9000. The Evansville Otters congratulate Bar Reef Softball. They won a state championship today. We also say congratulations to Tecumseh Softball. They won a Class 2A softball state championship. North falls just short of a trip to Indianapolis in the state finals, as does Gibson Southern. The Titans, coach Bobby Siegel, the tip our cap to them on a job well done.
8th innings brought to you by McMahon Exterminating. Remember, who can help with all of your pest control needs? McMahon can. I will say, not baseball related, but I think the Knicks are about to win the finals. And it's not looking good for the state of New York. They will destroy that city. They will destroy that city. Thoughts and prayers to the NYPD for what they're about to experience. Either way, Nolan Thebe's into the game. 3.38 ERA and 21 1/3 innings. He's at a 4-2 record. Struck out the side in the 9th yesterday. First pitch called a strike. Alec Craig, Miles Beal, Cole Turney leading off. 2-3-4 in the lineup. We're still heckling. We're still We're still heckling here at Bossy Field. Heckling more now that we're winning. That's for sure. Outside, it's 1-1. Outside again. It's 2-1. Well, Thebe followed up his worst outing of the season against Lake Erie on the 9th with possibly his best inning of work all year. He was really hyped up after striking out the side. See if he can do it again here. 2-1, a little low. 13 walks, 28 strikeouts for Thebes as he leads the team in Ks, right ahead of Willamette. Well, Willamette did have a strikeout today, so they're back tied, but Thebe just needs a strikeout to take back that lead. Three 1. There's strike 2. Count runs full. Craig so far today, 0 for 3. A couple flyouts and a strikeout looking in the 6th. Fouled away.
Ladies and gentlemen, due to wet field conditions, we will not have the running of the bases, but don't worry, players will still be available.
No running of the bases today? Unfortunate. We're still having the fireworks show. Another fireworks show. Isn't that exciting? 3-2 from Thebe. Inside, and that's ball 4. Leadoff walk to Craig. Only the second walk issued by Otters pitching. So they've been doing a great job this series at limiting the walks. Miles Beal. That'll be 3 straight lefties because Beal's batting from the left side. First pitch. Called a strike. Big shout out to my boss Matt Will for putting when I was talking about the Christian Fedco, the Fedco zone, he just put a sticky note on my laptop that said the Fedco zone on it. Check swing, woo! Look out, Boomer's dugout. A lot of foul balls going into the Boomers dugout today. That one a little bit scarier than the others. The other ones have kind of just been pop-ups going off the netting. Over on the Otters dugout, we almost had a bat fly in there from Will Banks. 0-2 popped up. Infield. Someone call it. Salvaggio will call and make the catch for out number 1. Looked like Thebe was about to go back and get that one, but Salvaggio calls him off and makes the grab for out number 1. Did he say you look like you eat corn on the cob the long way? What does that even mean? First pitch called. Oh, like you eat it. Oh, you don't eat. Oh, I get it. I understand. One 0. Decent amount of people have left Bossy Field, so the polite heckling is a lot more hearable for me now. 2-0 to Turney with a runner on first. Alec Craig walking to lead off the top of the 8th. Otters looking to only allow 1 run for the second straight game against Schaumburg. It is crazy how different of a team this this Boomers offense looks compared to what we saw at Wintrust. Because they were hitting the ball well against the Otters in Schaumburg, but it just seems like all their powers get zapped when they're on the road. The New York Knicks are officially NBA champions. Congrats to the Knicks. Insane season in New York City. Oh, they might blow that place up. They might burn that place to the ground. Two here against Thebe. Stanley Cup Finals are tomorrow. Game 6 between Vegas and Carolina. 2-2. Throw back to first is not in time. Unfortunately for Cole Turney, he's from San Antonio, so I wonder if he is a Spurs fan. Maybe the heckling will be telling Turney that the Spurs just lost in the finals. That would get me. 2-2 is just inside. I would assume he's a Spurs fan if he follows basketball like that. First title since 1973 for New York. Swung on and missed, strike 3. So with that strikeout, Nolan Thebe is now the team leader in strikeouts with 29. As he gets his first of the day. Good amount of strikeouts in this game as well. Mentioned before, 44 strikeouts for Schaumburg in their last 4 games. I didn't hear that one. I did not hear that one. First pitch to Fitzgerald. Called a strike. Well, after the leadoff walk, Nolan Thebe's calmed down. He's pitching well in the last 2 batters. Sure we'll get Serta in the 9th, barring a major 8th on the offensive side. Popped up foul. Fitzgerald's quickly down 0-2. Whoa. Got an oh yeah in the Heads Construction read. 0-2. From Thebe, trying to throw a scoreless 8th. Runner goes. Ooh, it'll get past Wilbanks. So easily taking second is Craig. I think we're still going to call that a stolen base and not a wild pitch. But if it is a stolen base, that is Alec Craig's 11th of the year, 11 for 14. Two to Fitzgerald. See if we can get another strikeout here from Thebe. Maybe a nice yell. Time called. Kind of a long time here for Fitzgerald. Has a double. Has the only extra base hit of the game for either side. Also has the only run scored for Schaumburg. A little outside. It's a full count. Or, sorry, 2-2. A little bit of a mound visit here between Wilbanks and Thebe. Fitzgerald was at Northwest Florida for a couple seasons, went to St. Louis. His teammates with Kyle Radcliffe, who we saw at Windy City. product of the California Winter League. Versus Evansville last season, he hit 7 for 28, 2 homers of his 10, 9 RBIs of his 55 in 2025. We're officially 4 hours in, including the rain delay. 2-2 here from Thebe. Grounder to third. That's a fair ball. Gonzalez crossed the diamond to first, and that's out number 3. So the leadoff walk from Thebe, but he manages to get the next 3 all out as we head to the bottom of the 8th. 3-1 Otters on the Otters Digital Network.
We've waited so long. That lovely weather delay earlier, but we are getting closer and closer to our fireworks show sponsored by AstraZeneca. Right here at the ballpark. The moment this game is OVER over. Thanks for your patience and for staying with us here this evening. Schaumburg called the bullpen. 8, Wyatt Cameron into pitch. Cameron's on the mound. Marco behind the plate. Pitcher catch your battery, powered by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East. 2319 North River Road, 812-475-9000. Tell them, same from the Otters. Sing you. The Budweiser Clydesdales will be at the ballpark tomorrow.
Bottom of the 8th, as we have another pitching change for the Boomers. It's Wyatt Cameron in to pitch for El Boomers. Otters scored 2 in the bottom of the 7th, and that's where we stand right now, 3-1 after the Otters scored 1 in the 3rd. In the top of the 7th, Schaumburg tied it up. Wyatt Cameron from Salisbury, Vermont. He pitched yesterday. He threw a scoreless inning, gave up a hit, also struck somebody out. Didn't hear that one either. I really gotta make sure I know when they're gonna say something. First pitch fouled away by B-Rob. Robertson, Gonzalez, Castillo lead off the bottom of the 8th against Cameron. Robertson 0 for 3 so far today. Curveball misses a little high. One one. Called strike 2. Oh, Wyatt Cameron. Salisbury, Vermont. A little bit east of the Vermont-New York border. Maybe he's a Knicks fan. Closest NBA team to him. Played for New England College for 4 seasons, then with Central Connecticut State for 2. Breaking ball called strike 3, and Robertson knew it. Another great curveball hits the zone for strike 3. First strikeout of the day for Cameron, and it's out number 1 in the bottom of the 8th.
Third baseman, number 2, Marcos Gonzalez.
Marcos Gonzalez is also 0 for 3. Still in search of hit number 400 as a professional. Using that curveball a lot, and it's been working well for Cameron. He's got a 6.39 ERA in 12 2/3 innings. He's walked 9, struck out 16. He's given up 15 hits. 0-1 is called strike 2. High outside corner. Paints that corner on the fastball in 92. 0-2 quickly here against Gonzalez. 0-2. In the dirt. Almost swung at that. Good breaking ball yet again. One, two. There's the base hit into right field. Number 400 for Marcos Gonzalez. A big 4-0 for Marcos. Toss that ball into the dugout. I'm not sure if it was on purpose or not, but they might as well keep it. And they announced it on the PA, so yeah, they definitely will keep that ball now. Shout out to our PA guy, Zane Claudefelter, for announcing that one. Got to make sure the people know it's a pretty big milestone for Mr. Gonzalez. First pitch to Castillo was a strike. That is ripped into center field, and sliding grab made in center. No, it'll fall in. So LG Castillo has 3 hits in 3 straight games. Wow. Let's take a look at the replay here, because it was very close. They immediately called it a base hit, though, not caught. We'll have a mound visit here. Nobody warming up in the bullpen. It's, of course, Junior Serta who is warming up for the top of the 9th. All the infield in as well. Zippay, Craig, Livermore, and Fitzgerald. A little bit of a longer mound visit for the guys in orange. JJ Cruz, 2 on, 1 out after back-to-back singles from Marcos Gonzalez and LG Castillo. First pitch, sky-high pop-up on the left side of the infield. Zippay calling everybody off, and he'll make the catch. Fighting the lights for out number 2.
The catcher, number 8, Cohen Wilbanks.
Cohen Wilbanks up for the 4th time today. He's got 2 groundouts to second base and a strikeout. Swung on and missed for strike 1. Now, Cohen has been struggling to start the season off. 0-1. Breaking ball called strike 2. Wilbanks quickly down in the count 0-2. Oh, they're doing the opposite one. They said Cohen Wilbanks sends cards to his mother on Mother's Day, and I bet he does. Oh, look out over in Schaumburg is having a rough day. Their dugout. They're getting everything hit over to them. Round ball over to second. It goes under the glove of Livermore and into right field. Coming in to score is Gonzalez. And Cohen Wilbanks drives in a 4th run. It's 4-1 Otters. Gonzalez is slowing down, had to speed up a little bit, and was able to score safely and relatively easily. It's called a base hit. So Wilbanks, 3rd base hit of the season, 1st RBI of the season for Wilbanks. Maybe we need to call him a stud a little more often. Salvaggio grounds it back to Cameron. He'll toss over to first for out number 3. Cohen Wilbanks drives in a run as the Otters get a little insurance in the bottom of the 8th. And, well, ladies and gentlemen, it is Serta time yet again. Looking for another save, this time at home, as we head to the 9th on the Otters Digital Network.
Healthcare providers and their current and future employees, providing information, tools, and resources. Every child deserves a safe home team. Volunteers speak up for children in foster care who need hope, stability, and champion by their side. Visit the Vanderburgh County and come sit in for a table at the front gate to learn how you can make a difference, because every child deserves someone in their corner. We're now going to the McMahon exterminating 9th inning. Remember who can help with all your pest control needs? McMahon can. Skip the line or bake from the comfort of your very own home. A self-service options at Heritage, your proud partner in Evansville Otters baseball. One more time. For 125 years, Deaconess has been committed to the health and well-being of the tri-state. Put the patient at the center of everything they do. In doing so, they focus on the needs of the patient's families, healthcare providers, current and future employees, providing information, tools, and resources, working side by side with local businesses and community organizations. Deaconess seeks to improve the lives of those in need and to create a better place for all of us to live, work, and play. And tonight, as we cheer on the Otters, remember there are more than 700 children in Evansville waiting for someone to stand in their corner as a passive volunteer.
Top of the 9th, Junior Serta. It's his time to shine. He's got 6 saves on the year. Came in a non-save situation in his last outing. That was on Thursday against Lake Erie, where it was 8-4. It was a save situation before the top of the 9th, and they ended up scoring a couple in the 9th, and they still decided to put Serta in for the bottom half. Not pitched yet in this series, though. Serta, 2.77. Oh, hold on. Oh, nothing. I thought we were gonna get another heckle. 2.77 ERA in 13 innings this season. 6 saves. He's only given up 7 hits, 4 earned runs, 5 walks compared to 15 strikeouts. 1-1. Called strike 2. That's Henry Zapay. Alex Calarco, Christian Fedko leading off here in the top of the 9th. A couple of lefties before the righty in Fedko. One, two. Got him swinging. Fastball at 94. High cheese gets him for out number 1. It is 10:48 p.m. What game ended later, this game or the 13-13 sudden death game? That's a good question. Let me check real quick, as Calarco will take the first pitch from Serta. And swing and miss at it for strike 1. Oh, 1 inside. Well, in the strikeout department, 8 of them now for the Otters pitching staff. 6th pitcher of the day being used. And, well, Max Peterson's been pushing all the right buttons yet again. Whoa, 1-1 a little too inside as that hits Calarco.
Right fielder, 3, Christian Fedko.
Luckily, it wasn't one of those 94 fastballs. It was just 82 on the breaking pitch. Oh, we're getting close. The 13-13 Sun Death game ended at 10:57. So if we can end this inning in 8 minutes, still wouldn't be the latest we've ended a game at home this season, even with an hour 35 rain delay. Christian Fedko. Oh for 3 today. 3 flyouts outside on the fastball. 1-0. Time called. Runner over at first in Calarco. It's his second time reaching in 2 at-bats, but overall he is 1 for 3. 1-0. Ooh, inside a little bit. Makes it 2-0. They had a little bit of a rough outing against Lake Erie on the 9th. Gave up 2 earned runs for the first time this season, but still ended up getting the save because they were up 3. Ended in the 8-7 win. Called a strike. It's 2-1. Oh. 2-1. Hey, great breaking pitch. Called a strike, and it's 2-2. Serta from Tenares, Dominican Republic, a little bit southeast of Santiago de los Caballeros. 30K population in the DR. He speaks really good English. Another fly ball, this time into shallow left. Castillo is under it, and he'll make the catch for out number 2. Well, about 2-3 hours ago, didn't think we would even finish this game, but now we're 1 out away from getting another victory and getting win number 20. 1 out away from being the 3rd team in the Frontier League to 20 victories. First pitch will miss. Florence got the win, so they're up to 19-13. They could be the 4th team at 20 wins tomorrow. They beat Gateway. Washington blew out New Jersey, so we won't gain any ground, but still win number 20 is win number 20. Took a while for the Otters to get win number 20 last season. Matter of fact, we're 31 games in, and we're 1 out away from already having the win total of last year. Called a strike. It's 2-1. Swung on and missed. Down to their last strike are the Boomers. Well, whoever has stayed here for all 4 hours and about 20 minutes will at least get to come home happy after, hopefully, this last strike from Serta. It's been a long wait. Hour 35 on the rain delay. Started at 6:36. It's almost 11. 2-2. Fly ball. Shallow left field. Salvaggio. Castillo. Salvaggio makes the catch. And the Otters win. Win number 20 for the Otters as they are up to 9 games over 500 for the first time this season. 3 straight dubs for the Otts, and they take the series against Schaumburg. They are now 5-1 in series at home, 14-3 overall. And here on the Colors of Hope night, where they're auctioning off the jerseys, they're jerseys of winners. They're jerseys of winners, and that's always good. Schaumburg falls to 15-17 on the year as they just keep on losing ground against Gateway. It's been a rough stretch on the road. Schaumburg just not able to do much offensively again. Second game straight where they only scored 1 run. They had a lot of opportunities to, and they only had 5 hits compared to the Otters' 10. The Otters now at a 18-3 when they out-hit their opponent, which is absolutely insane. Just the stats here at home for the guys have been incredible. Well, let's recap. So, 4 hours ago, Andy McCauley got ejected. He's been in the locker room for a while. Andy, if you're watching this, at least you got to see your team win again. It took a while, but it did happen. So, you got something to be happy about. Otters started off with 2 scoreless frames from Landon Williman, 2 on the other side for Derek Salata. We were 1 pitch into the top of the 3rd before we had that long rain delay. Didn't think we were going to start playing again. Not only did we keep playing at 8:40, we ended up finishing the game in the full 9. So, ends up being a good little victory for the Otters. They scored 1 in the 3rd on the RBI double play from Dennis Pierce. Still no scoring up until the 7th. Schaumburg tied it up with an RBI single for Alex Kalarka, but that was the only bit of offense that they had with runners in scoring position. The Otters came back, had another great 7th, included back-to-back RBI singles from John Ponder and Sam Linscott. Got 1 more in the 8th on the RBI single from Cohen Wilbanks. And Junior Serta does what he does best as he gets his 7th save of the season. All around, a long night, but a night that ended up in a victory for the Otters. So, tired but happy is the key to today's game. We will head to tomorrow, where the Otters will try to sweep the Schaumburg Boomers and become 4-0 in sweeps. They've swept 3 teams already here at home. That was Gateway, Windy City, and Florence, looking to sweep a 4th here at home at Bosse Field. What a home field advantage the guys have had this season. We saw a lot of heckling, a lot of friendly heckling, a lot of unfriendly heckling. Bosse faithful really loving what they're seeing from the guys this season. Fireworks are going off, so we'll be watching those. We'll see you tomorrow on the Otters Digital Network.